Chapter 51:26. As soon as countersword was used, a layer of faint white light enveloped Yi Chen's body. Although it wasn't very clear, it was definitely there. It is indeed that move. Huang Yu's expression was unsightly. She understood the wonders of countersword. Yi Chen had used this move to kill, who knew how many warriors of the same cultivation base. Even martial artists at the mid-stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. What will you do? Huang Yu looked at Ling Xiao nervously. If she were in Ling Xiao's position, she felt that she would have no choice. At such a close distance, even if she gave up on attacking, it would be too late. Regardless of the consequences, she could only fight with her life on the line. Ling Xiao, your sword skill seems quite powerful, but it will be interesting if you lose to your own sword skill. A smile gradually bloomed on Yi Chen's face. It was full of disdain and mockery. This is the first time I've seen such a sword skill. Ling Xiao was also somewhat surprised by Yi Chen's sword skill. His Tai Chi eye could accurately analyze the effect of the opponent's counter sword and its limits. Is this the sword skill you should be proud of? Very good. Then I'll break it for you to see. I'll completely destroy your baseless confidence. Sky Tyrant Possession. In that instant, Ling Xiao's strength increased by dozens of times. Reverse God Art, Cross Style. After using Sky Tyrant Possession, Ling Xiao used Reverse God Art at the same time. Berserk Sword Chi pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen's countersword was indeed powerful. Even if the attack was several times more powerful than his, he could still easily counter it. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao, who had used Sky Tyrant Possession, instantly increased his battle strength by tenfold. It had already exceeded Yi Chen's limits. Swoosh! The 10 sword chis merged into one and pierced the white membrane of light. The frightening sword intent permeated Yi Chen's limbs and bones. In that instant, Yi Chen's expression changed. No, impossible. How can your strength be so powerful? Yi Chen panicked, because he could also feel that his opponent's strength had exceeded his countersword's limits. My strength is not something you can fight back against. Get down. Ling Xiao's cold voice resounded. Sword light bloomed. In the next moment, the sword in Yi Chen's hand shattered. The white light film completely collapsed and disappeared. A horrifying sword light pierced through Yi Chen's body. Ling Xiao reached out his hand and forcibly extracted the sword god martial spirit from Yi Chen's body, although it was only a low-grade divine martial spirit. However, this sword god martial spirit was too suitable for Ling Xiao, who used a sword. Ling Xiao's martial soul, which was specially equipped for swordsmanship, could no longer keep up with his advancement in strength. The god martial spirit could be upgraded. A low-level divine sword god martial spirit might not necessarily be unable to rise to a middle-level, high-level, or even top-level divine realm. As for the primordial god position, it was probably impossible. Yi Chen lay on the ground with his face facing upwards. The energy inside his body had been completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. Even his martial soul had been extracted by Ling Xiao. This result was truly too tragic. But who could be blamed for this? During the battle, every move he made was aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely. Towards such a person, how could Ling Xiao show mercy? As Yi Chen fell to the ground, he could no longer get up. The semifinals could be considered to have ended. However, the entire arena was deathly silent. Everyone was staring at Ling Xiao with their mouths agape. Some were even trembling. Ling Xiao was not only powerful, but also extremely ruthless. Making an enemy out of such a person was simply asking for a beating. Huang Yu's beautiful eyes flickered, and her small mouth opened slightly. It was obvious that she was also shocked by Ling Zhao's attack. Yi Chen actually lost. His strongest countersword was actually broken by someone. Everyone simply couldn't believe it. Ling Xiao actually broke Yi Chen's countersword with his mid-6th level divine physique realm cultivation. How strong was Ling Xiao's attack in that instant? Was this really something a mid-6th level divine physique realm cultivator could do? Big brother, I'm afraid his attack in that instant was even stronger than mine. The smile on Qi Yu's face abruptly disappeared. She was horrified to discover that Ling Zhao's attack had actually reached such a terrifying level. Humph! Qi Hung snorted coldly and crushed the armrest on the other side. He couldn't accept this result. Not only did he lose his position as a corporal in the end, he also lost a few loyal subordinates in a row, especially Yi Chen, that was the successor he had painstakingly groomed. He couldn't accept that Yi Chen died just like that. Completely unacceptable. His handsome face became incomparably ferocious at this moment. Ling Xiao, I must kill him. He must die. Qi Hung suddenly realized something. From the moment he offended Ling Xiao, there was actually no way out. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he would be in trouble. This Ling Xiao's talent was so shocking. He would definitely be even more terrifying in the future. Cheers suddenly rang out in the arena. It was deafening. No one thought that Ling Xiao could actually reach this step. From the moment he stepped into the arena, almost no one thought highly of him. They all thought that he would probably die here. But this young man used victory after victory to prove his strength. He proved that he was qualified to be a corporal. Referee, are you still not going to announce the result? Qi Hung and the other referees were stunned at this moment because they didn't expect such a result. For a moment, they actually forgot to announce the result. Humph, Ling Xiao, you're really vicious. Today, you actually killed 3 captains of the City Defense Army. Do you know your crime? Qi Yu suddenly snorted coldly. She thought that she couldn't stop Ling Xiao, so she changed the rules to deal with him. Deputy Commander, you're wrong. You said it yourself. They were captains, but they came to participate in the corporal selection. If it was just one, it could be treated as a coincidence. But now, there are already several captains. If this matter is investigated, I'm afraid the Chief Deputy Commander won't have it easy. Do you really want to do this? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Yu fearlessly and sneered. Even a fool could see that Qi Hung was manipulating this selection. If someone really wanted to investigate, Qi Hung would not be able to escape. But Ling Xiao had someone behind him who could investigate this matter. He wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. Announce the result. Qi Hung glanced at Qi Yu and said, "Damn it, Ling Xiao won this battle. Let the finals begin." Qi Yu said hatefully, "There's no need for the finals. I admit defeat. I guess everyone here knows that I'm Ling Zhao's woman." Yu Fanghua directly announced that she admitted defeat. Ling Xiao was naturally the final winner. The rules didn't say that she couldn't admit defeat, so there was nothing wrong with what she did. After hearing Yu Fanghua's words, everyone in the arena was envious. Ling Xiao was strong and talented. His wife was also amazing. They were really a match made in heaven. I'm really envious of them. I wonder when I can find my true love. Huang Yu sighed emotionally. Huang Shui's face was gloomy. Although she tried her best to pretend, she couldn't completely hide her true emotions because of the atmosphere. Chapter 51:27. Now, I should be qualified to be a corporal, right? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Hung provocatively. So what if Qi Hung set up layers of obstacles? Ling Xiao, am not afraid. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qi Heng's expression turned extremely gloomy. I really underestimated you. However, I won't let go of today's matter. If he Qi Hung wanted to kill someone, he had to die. Unless he was dead. Today he had lost too much. Not only did he lose a few lives, but he had also exposed himself. This made many warriors in the city defense army dissatisfied. Although these people did not dare to say anything for the time being, once Qi Hung lost his power, they would definitely kick a man who was down. Kid, don't be too complacent. You only defeated Yi Chun. Do you really think you're powerful? You dare to be so arrogant in the martial city? I heard that you will participate in the City Defense Army Commander selection in 6 days. I hope you can still smile at that time. Chiyu said eerily. Hee, whether I can smile or not, you will know in 6 days. Qi Hung, Chiyu, and other people who want to block my path. Ling Xiao, listen up. If you want to go against me, you must be prepared to bleed. Ling Xiao, am not a good person. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not care about Qi Yu's threat at all. Although he only had 6 days to prepare, he could still continue to become stronger. Interesting. I hope you won't run away when the time comes. Qi Hung stood up and turned to leave. The selection was already over. It did not change the fact that Ling Xiao had become a corporal. Qi Hung was too lazy to care about it. After all, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao personally in 6 days. His cultivation was at the late stage of the divine physique realm. Among the 12 cities in the outer circle, his strength was ranked within the top 20. Ling Xiao wanting to defeat him was simply a fool's ravings. Unfortunately, Yi Chun was too useless. He did not even use the item he gave him before being killed. Qi Hung was not that stupid. He really knew how to use it. With that item, Ling Xiao had no chance of turning the tables. After Qi Hung left, Huang Yu and Huang Shui also left. Before they left, both of them gave Ling Xiao a few words of encouragement. But who was a hypocrite and who was sincere, Ling Xiao was as clear as a mirror in his heart. When he returned to his residence, Yu Fenghua personally made a table full of food and drink. It was to celebrate Ling Xiao became a corporal. Although it was only a small victory, it was still a very rare one in the eternal divine domain. Celebration was a must. Apart from that, Yu was a big brother. Yu was a big brother. Big brother is big brother. Seeing Qi Heng's expression as if his father had died, it feels so good. Long Chen drank a cup of wine and smiled. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "A corporal is nothing. My goal at this stage is to become a city guard commander. It would be even better if I could control Marshall City. With our stronghold in the Golden Region, Sky Tyrant Empire's martial artists can secretly come here to cultivate. Although the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are slowly changing and getting closer to eternal God domain, it is not something that can be done overnight. Geniuses like Hai Myung-keo, Lion Xiaobao, Undying King Yinghai, and Yang Shui should come here as soon as possible. Once I become a city guard commander, I can challenge for the city lord's position. My goal is very clear. Big brother is big brother. You are more thoughtful than us." Long Chen nodded. "Don't praise me. You guys have to quickly increase your strength. Otherwise, the martial artists from Sky Tyrant Empire won't be able to come here. After all, we haven't completely opened the channel between the 2 regions. There will be many dangers along the way." Ling Xiao said, "When the time comes, you guys have to help me escort them to Marshall City." "Of course. However, Xiao, you have to prepare well for the commander battle in 6 days. Qi Hung won't let you go easily." Yu Fenghua reminded him. "I know that. During this period, I will seize the time to cultivate and try to raise my cultivation to another level. I will also learn a few more saint inscriptions. The saint inscription art will be of great help to me." Ling Xiao nodded. "However, You still have to be careful. Qi Hang is no ordinary person. His cultivation has reached the late-stage 8th level divine physique echelon. He won't be easy to deal with. Xiao, don't underestimate him. Yu Fenghua reminded him again. With such a woman constantly reminding him, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get carried away even if he wanted to. Of course I won't underestimate him. However, there is no need to be afraid. Ling Xiao had his own confidence and plans to become stronger. This was not a problem. In the chief deputy commander's residence, a few people sat in the front hall. The aroma of tea wafted in the hall. A middle-aged woman in a pale golden robe sat there. She was sipping tea while listening to Qi Hang's report. She didn't have any martial artist's aura, but her eyes were cold from time to time. It made one's heart tremble. Qi Hang, who was usually arrogant, didn't have any arrogance in front of this middle-aged woman. He sat there respectfully and reverently. So that's how it is. Princess Huang Yu has really dug out an incredible talent this time. The middle-aged woman put down her teacup and smiled faintly. What talent? He's just a trick. Qi Yu was unconvinced. Shut up. The middle-aged woman suddenly raised her voice and was very strict. You will be unlucky if you continue to be so arrogant. How many times have I told you to take every enemy seriously? You're just comforting yourself by saying that he's a trick. Give up such foolish thoughts. You have to face the strength of others to become stronger. Qi Yu is wrong. Please forgive me, City Lord. Qi Yu hurriedly stood up from her seat and knelt down. It's useless to say it. You have to know it in your heart. The middle-aged woman shook her head and looked at Qi Hang. Do you also think that you're going to win this battle? Qi Hang didn't say anything, but he silently agreed. Stupid, the middle-aged woman said coldly. Let's not talk about Ling Xiao first. Let's talk about how many hidden experts there are in the 12 cities in the outer circle. They're all eyeing this position. Unlike the battle for sergeant, this battle for commander will probably be fought for by martial artists below the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. After all, they have a very generous salary and can get a lot of cultivation resources. The middle-aged woman was the martial city's city lord. Her name was Qi Tianmei. She was Qi Hang and Qi Yu's aunt. It was because of this that she wanted to push Qi Hang to the position. Aunt doesn't want to kill another city defense commander. Even now, there were still people secretly investigating what had happened last time. If the same thing happened again, they would definitely be killed. If the same thing happens again, I'm afraid we'll be caught. Therefore, the two of you must not disappoint Annie's painstaking efforts. Don't let this plan go to waste. Qi Tianmei's aura suddenly became stronger. It turned out that her previous calmness was just a cover. Chapter 5128. Qi Hang hurriedly stood up and said, Aunt, don't worry. I definitely won't underestimate the enemy. In these 6 days, I will try my best to make another breakthrough. Not only will I kill that Ling Xiao, but I will also get the position of commander of the city defense army. I will control this martial city in the hands of our Qi family. Qingqi, what happened? Ling Xiao was drinking and celebrating in the house when Qingqi suddenly came with a shocked expression. He asked, Corporal, something bad happened. Qingqi said, that guy Qi Hang is making things difficult. Many of our 9th platoon left. Now, there are only a few hundred people left. These 100 people are either unwanted or have offended Qi Hang before. This is clearly to make you a mere figurehead. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It's expected. I didn't expect that Qi Hang to be so boring. Is there any point in using such little tricks? In 6 days, the position of commander will be chosen. What's the use of tormenting the 9th platoon? What an idiot. Chen Qi was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "Corporal, are you really confident in getting the position of commander?" "I don't dare to say 100%, but I'm 70 to 80% confident. After all, man proposes, God disposes. Even if I'm full of confidence now, there will always be some unforeseen events. I can only say that the hope is very high," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Corporal, although you're full of confidence, it's better to manage the matters of the 9th Platoon. It might allow you to improve your cultivation in a short period of time," Chen Qi suddenly said. "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the 9th Platoon had some secret? No wonder you don't know. After all, it's your first time here. In fact, every city in the Golden Region has a dragon cave. In this dragon cave, the spiritual energy density is extremely high. The spiritual pressure is extremely terrifying. It's definitely the highest in the city. Entering it can greatly increase one's cultivation speed. However, because the spiritual pressure is too strong, many people can't hold on for long. Our city defense army has 100 teams. Each team can take turns to enter the dragon cave to cultivate. It's of great help. Perfect. Tomorrow it will be our 9th squad's turn. If you want to raise your cultivation as soon as possible, you can go to the dragon cave to take a look. Good lad, why didn't you tell me about such a good thing earlier? Ling Xiao stood up abruptly. He had always wanted to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. It seemed like this dragon cave was a place that he had to go to. "Bring me there quickly. Let's wait until tomorrow. Today, the dragon cave belongs to the 8th squad." Chen Qi smiled bitterly. He felt as if his bones were about to fall apart after being patted by Ling Xiao. "Anyway, it's already late. Go back and tell the rest of the 9th squad to follow me to the dragon cave tomorrow." Ling Xiao couldn't wait any longer. However, he could not be the first to break the rules. Otherwise, Qi Heng would have an excuse to publicly target him. It was better to wait. The night passed in silence. The next day, Ling Xiao woke Chen Qi up early and led the remaining 100 or so people to the dragon cave. What surprised him was that Han Wen had also stayed behind. He did not ask for the reason. He just said, "If you stay, do a good job. I don't want to see anything bad happen again." Of course, Han Yuan was deeply grateful. He was ostracized by Qi Heng because of his solemn behavior. He had no choice but to stay. He was originally worried that Ling Xiao would use his power to avenge a personal grudge. When he heard this, he felt relieved instead. He was already thankful that Ling Xiao did not deal with him. How could he be so ungrateful? Not long after, everyone had already arrived at the core of Martial City. There was a huge cave here, like a dragon's mouth. Hence, it was called the Dragon Cave. Around the Dragon Cave, the vegetation was extremely lush. This was all thanks to the spiritual energy. Just looking from the outside with the naked eye, one could see that the spiritual energy was erupting outside. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. The spiritual energy in the entire Martial City was probably from here. No wonder cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. Chen Qi smiled and said, "Sergeant, this is our Martial City's Dragon Cave. Although it's not as good as the dragon caves in the central and inner circles, it's not as good as the Dragon Cave in the City of Gold. But in the outer circle, it's the best. We, the 9th Platoon, only have one chance every 108 days. We have to cherish it. Isn't it 100 days?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "There are 100 platoons, and each platoon has 1 day. The commanders have to take 8 days, so it's 108 days. Han Wen explained. "I see. In that case, let's go in." Ling Xiao rubbed his hands. Sure enough, coming to a big place had its benefits. If one strolled outside alone, They would definitely not encounter such a good place to cultivate. Wait a minute, Sergeant. Before we go in, there's a procedure. That's to swallow the soul-gathering pill. Although it's just a normal soul-gathering pill, it can greatly increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Don't waste this rare day. Han1 reminded, that's the pill room over there. Every platoon can receive a certain amount of soul-gathering pills. What a thoughtful service. Han1, go get the soul-gathering pills. Ling Xiao said. Yes. Han1 was quite active now. He hoped that through his performance, he could gain Ling Xiao's trust. No matter what, he had no other choice but to follow Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was unlucky, he would definitely be unlucky too. Ling Xiao waited quietly outside the dragon cave. He could vaguely see that there were still people cultivating inside. He couldn't help but frown. Chen Qi, didn't you say it's our turn today? Why are there still people inside? Ling Xiao asked. Impossible. Chen Qi was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to do. With Ling Xiao's intelligence, he instantly realized the crux of the matter. Qi Heng was obviously making things difficult for him again. But this time, he was in the right. After getting the soul-gathering pills, even if he had to blast them, he would blast the people inside out. A moment later, Han1 returned with a gloomy expression. Sergeant, the pill formula said that today's soul-gathering pills were already taken away by the people of the 8th Platoon. They said that it was Deputy Commander Qi Yu's order to let the 8th Platoon cultivate for another day today. Humph! It has always been this young master bullying others. No one bullies this young master. Ling Xiao gave a cold snort, looked in the direction of the dragon cave, and said in a clear voice, People of the 8th Platoon, listen up. Hurry up and get out. Today is our 9th Platoon's cultivation time. I'll only give you guys 10 breaths of time to consider. If you don't come out, all of you will be beaten out. Dare to swallow our soul-gathering pills. Dare to occupy our cultivation time. Who gave you the guts? Chen Qi, count. Yes, Sergeant. Chen Qi started counting excitedly. If it were another sergeant, they would probably be terrified when encountering this matter. But Ling Xiao was not. He felt that he followed the right person, so he was very excited. Very soon, 10 breaths passed, but the people inside the dragon cave still did not have any reaction. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Han Yuan, Fang Hua, do it. Ling Xiao was the first to rush in. Following that, Yu Fanghua also followed in. Han Yuan hesitated slightly, gritted his teeth, and simply followed in. Peak. Chapter 5129. As Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Han Yuan entered the dragon cave, screams rang out one after another, and the martial artists were thrown out one by one. All of them were bruised and could no longer fight. This was also Ling Xiao's consideration for the 9th squad outside. After all, the other party had more people, and their overall strength was strong. If he did not temporarily cripple these people's combat power, there would be trouble. It only took more than 10 minutes. The squad leader of the 8th squad was also beaten out. Ling Xiao, you bastard! The squad leader of the 8th squad's strength was on par with Zhuangzhong. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao? At this time, he could only curse indignantly. If you say one more word, I'll cut off your tongue. Ling Xiao's cold voice came, and then he stepped out of the dragon cave. Your 8th squad is really shameless. You actually want to take up our 9th squad's cultivation time. Who's the bastard? Hurry up and get lost while I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, Zhuangzhong will be your example. Oh, right. Hand over all the spirit stones in your storage rings. Consider it compensation for our spirit-gathering pills. Don't go too far. The squad leader of the 8th squad roared. Am I? Ling Xiao stepped on him to the ground. Maybe I'll go even further. Stop, stop. Here, we'll give it to you. Hurry up and take out the spirit stones. Do you all want to die? The squad leader of the 8th squad thought of yesterday's selection and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Ling Xiao would really kill people if he said he would. He was definitely not joking. It was really not worth it to lose their lives for some top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao took the spirit stones from everyone in the 8th squad and let them go. The number of spirit stones was quite a lot. There were more than 3,000 people, so it added up to tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Okay, although there are no spirit gathering pills, it's rare to have a chance to enter the dragon cave to cultivate. Hurry up and go in. Han Yuan, Qin Qi, practice for me, and Fang Hua. Ling Xiao had never been to the dragon cave before, so he didn't know how it worked. But Han Yuan and Qin Qi had been here before, so it was easy. Yes, Han Yuan and Qin Qi nodded and rushed into the dragon cave with the others. This dragon cave looked incomparably ferocious, but it was truly an excellent place to cultivate. Only Ling Xiao didn't know about it before. If he knew, he would have come long ago. Rumble. It was still fine if he did not circulate his divine essence to cultivate. Once he started cultivating, the spiritual energy in the dragon cave immediately let out a rumbling sound. It was as if a wave was fiercely crashing into the crowd. Even Ling Xiao was a little fearful of such turbulent waves. The warriors of the 9th Army who had entered were resisting with all their might, but they could also be seen gritting their teeth and resisting with all their might. Obviously, he was not feeling well, but for the sake of cultivation, they also gritted their teeth and persevered. One could imagine what it felt like to be hit by the waves. A spirit energy wave that could even shatter a boulder was truly powerful. In just a moment, the expressions of many martial artists became distorted. However, at the same time, a large amount of pure spiritual qi continued to flow into their bodies, to refine their bodies and divine energy, to help them cultivate. I can't. 3 minutes later, a person rushed out with a miserable cry. One could see that he was covered in wounds all over, but this guy had a look of joy on his face. It was a little painful, but the gains were also not small. It was a pity that the time he persisted was too short. 3 minutes was already the shortest. After that, there were martial artists jumping out one after another. Chun-Chi persisted for 6 minutes. Not bad, not too shameful. Han Yuan persisted for the longest time, but it was also merely half an hour. Corporal, our 9th Army persisted the longest is Zhuangzhong. Each time, he only lasted for 40 minutes. Han Yuan said with a bitter smile. The injuries on his body made him grimace in pain. This is a bottle of healing pills. Distribute it. Hurry up and recover. Continue cultivating. Finished talking, Ling Xiao stepped into the dragon cave. He already understood the method. Next, it would depend on how long he could persist. As for that healing pill, it was merely snatched from others. The effect was far worse than the healing pill, that he refined himself. Using it to win people's hearts was still pretty good. After all, if you wanted others to work for you, how could you not give them some benefits? Although these people were a little useless, they were still martial artists above the peak of the 6th level divine body realm. They weren't weak. If they increased their cultivation, they would be even more powerful. Yu Fanghua also followed Ling Xiao into the dragon cave. It was different from the previous battles. They wouldn't be affected by the spiritual pressure during battles, but they would be during cultivation. Ling Xiao also let Long Chun and Cold Plum out to cultivate together. Little Gold continued to stay in the universe world. Little Gold's cultivation method was to devour. This dragon cave basically didn't have much effect on him, and it might even affect Little Gold's refinement of the Fire Thunder Pearl. The moment he started cultivating, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure coming from the spiritual qi in his body. He sat there cross-legged, as if he was sitting in a stormy sea. His body was like a stubborn rock in the sea. It was very likely that he would be smashed and sent flying. It really does hurt a little, but I really didn't come to the wrong place. He could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was continuously increasing under the impact of the spiritual energy waves. Not only was the depleted potential constantly recovering, but it was also continuously compressing and refining. The total amount didn't change, but the quality of the energy in each potential cell increased by a lot. This speed is still a little slow. I don't have a spirit gathering pill. I wonder if the spirit gathering Saint Rune is effective. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao activated the spirit gathering Saint Rune. At that moment, the speed of his body absorbing energy obviously increased by at least 2 times. It really is effective. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Therefore, he temporarily stopped cultivating and engraved the spirit-gathering Saint Rune on his 3 companions. It was definitely a good thing to be able to double the cultivation speed. Originally, cultivating in the Dragon Cavern was 10 times faster than cultivating outside. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days outside. In addition to the spirit-gathering Saint Rune, it was equivalent to 20 days outside. According to Han Yuan, the spirit-gathering pill could only increase the cultivation effect by 30%. The effect was very different from the spirit-gathering Saint Rune. Ling Xiao considered whether to engrave the spirit-gathering Saint Rune on the rest of the 9th platoon, but he gave up in the end. These people were not people he trusted after all. Their loyalty still needed to be tested. However, he couldn't engrave the spirit-gathering Saint Rune, but perhaps he could try to refine the spirit-gathering pill. The materials needed for a low-quality spirit-gathering pill were not very expensive. There was a pill formula over there. It would only take him about 10 minutes. Thinking of this, he directly left the dragon cave and went straight to the pill room. "What is the platoon leader doing?" Han Yuan asked Qinshi, who was beside him, in confusion. "I don't know." Qinshi shook his head. This platoon leader's actions had always been unexpected. It was not so easy to guess what he wanted to do. About 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao returned outside the dragon cave. Chapter 51:30. Fortunately, the 9th squad had few people now. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to refine 3,000 spirit-gathering pills. Now, they only needed to refine 100 pills. Although they were inferior pills, the effect was still better than the ones in the alchemy room. The spirit-gathering pills in the alchemy room could only increase the effect of cultivation by 30%. But the spirit-gathering pills given by Ling Xiao could increase it by 50%. If this news were to spread, the entire martial city would be in an uproar. Just as he was about to distribute the spirit-gathering pills, a group of people suddenly rushed over from afar. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Then he put the pill back into the box. At this moment, Yu Fanghua also came out, because she also felt a strong sense of hostility. Long Chun and Cold Plum did not come out because of Ling Xiao's instructions. For the time being, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua would handle everything on the surface. "Greetings, Deputy Commander." "Greetings, Deputy Commander Chi Yu." The people who came were Chi Yu and Chi Hung. Along with them was the captain of the 8th Squad and many city defense army experts. Obviously, the captain of the 8th Squad had gone to complain. "I heard that, Captain Ling Xiao. You actually lasted for more than 10 minutes the first time you entered the Dragon Cave. That's really not bad, hee." Chi Yu laughed sarcastically. "This woman is not bad. She actually lasted for half an hour. It's really rare to have such results on her first try." Chi Hung looked at Yu Fanghua and revealed a kind smile. Obviously, this guy had ill intentions towards Yu Fanghua. I wonder how long the two deputy commanders lasted in the Dragon Cave for the first time. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Chi Yu said, same as your woman, half an hour. My big brother is even better. He lasted for an hour on his first try. So, are you asking such a question to humiliate yourself? Hearing Chi Yu's words, the ninth squad's martial artists all lowered their heads. Han Yuan was even more ashamed. He could only last for half an hour now, but she could last for an hour on her first try. No wonder she was the chief deputy commander, and he was only a deputy. Ling Xiao shook his head when he saw their reactions. After being suppressed by Qi Heng for so long, he no longer had any confidence. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I was delayed by something just now. However, half an hour for Deputy Commander Qi Yu and 1 hour for Deputy Commander Qi Heng are nothing. What shameless boasting! Qi Yu sneered. Am I boasting shamelessly? Does Vice Commander Qi Yu dare to make a bet with me? Ling Xiao smiled. Bet on what? Qi Yu asked. It's very simple. It depends on who can last the longest in the Dragon Cave. Vice Commander Qi, you shouldn't be afraid, right? You are already very familiar with the Dragon Cave, but this is my first time here. Ling Xiao smiled at Qi Yu. Qi Yu was different from Qi Heng. This woman was very proud, and because of this, she was easily provoked. He, you are really arrogant. Qi Yu sneered and said, I accept your bet, but if I win, your ninth squad will not be allowed to set foot in the Dragon Cave from now on. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao said, but if Vice Commander Qi Yu loses, no matter what happens today, you will not be held accountable. How about it? Qi Yu glanced at Qi Heng. Qi Heng nodded. Okay, let's do it. Qi Yu sneered, secretly. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could last longer than her in his first time entering the Dragon Cave to cultivate. So, the two entered the Dragon Cave at the same time. At the same time, they began to cultivate. Everyone present can testify to that. Chief Deputy Commander, we want to withdraw from the ninth squad. Please agree. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Dragon Cave, some people in the ninth squad were ready to leave. They felt that Ling Xiao was too stupid to dare to compete with Vice Commander Qi Yu in the Dragon Cave cultivation time. Domain name, please remember _3. If they lost, they might never be able to come into contact with the Dragon Cave. So, even if they had to leave Marshall City, they didn't want to stay in the ninth squad. You are very smart. Whoever wants to leave can leave now and join another squad directly. I will treat everyone equally. Qi Heng smiled faintly and was very proud in his heart. Ling Xiao, you are just a small squad leader after all. You want to fight with me? It's ridiculous. As he said this, dozens of people left the ninth squad that originally had 100 people left. There were only a total of 12 left, including Han Yuan and Qinchi. Han Yuan, I can forgive your previous mistakes. You can also choose to leave now. Qi Heng looked at Han Yuan and said, Han Yuan was indeed a little tempted, but in the end, he still retracted his foot. I have already promised to stay, so I won't change my mind. Well said. Qinchi said loudly, Idiot, just you wait. Without the opportunity to cultivate in the Dragon Cave, how can you compare with the other squads? Soon, the ninth squad will become history. Qi Heng sneered. Not necessarily. As long as our squad leader gets the position of commander, your tricks will be useless. Yu Fanghua said faintly. Ha 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 ha. Qi Heng suddenly laughed wildly. The position of commander, I'm afraid it's just a dream. How long has it been since those two went in? He couldn't be bothered to argue with these idiots. Facts speak louder than words. Soon, these guys will cry. 33 quickest at the other end of the phone. // reporting to the Chief Deputy Commander. 20 minutes have passed. Oh, I didn't expect that kid to have improved this time. I hope you can continue to persevere. Chi Hung sneered. Someone had already brought a chair over. He sat there and chatted with the martial artist beside him in boredom. Soon, half an hour passed. The two of them were still cultivating. Could it be that he was telling the truth when he said that something happened just now? Chi Hung frowned and was a little unhappy. However, he still didn't believe that Ling Xiao could win against Chi Yu. Although Chi Yu could only persevere for half an hour at the beginning, she could now persevere for 2 hours. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he probably couldn't reach this level. Will the squad leader be okay? Han Yuan asked worriedly. Now, he had completely stepped on Ling Xiao's boat. If the boat capsized, he would drown. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't lose, let alone die. Don't worry. He's not the kind of person who would joke with his life. Yu Fanghua said faintly. Only he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. Humph, in order to fight back, he really knows how to hold on. However, I'm sorry to tell you that this kind of stubbornness has no meaning other than destroying his body. Chi Heng's eyes were full of contempt. The way he saw it, Ling Xiao's body was probably in trouble. How pretentious! The other cultivators also chimed in. However, as the time reached an hour, Ling Xiao still didn't come out. This was a little surprising. An hour. Except for those deputy commanders and captains, probably no one could hold on for that long. Ling Xiao was simply a monster. Don't tell me he's dead? The 8th squad leader laughed and said, Of course a dead man won't come out. You talk too much nonsense. It seems that I should have cut your tongue just now. Yu Fanghua coldly glanced at the 8th squad leader. The killing intent in her eyes made the 8th squad leader sit on the ground in fright. Chapter 50, 131. 1.5 hours. 2 hours. Everyone's mood became a little complicated. If Ling Xiao didn't die, it would be a little too amazing for him to last for so long. Even Chi Hung clearly felt a trace of nervousness and uneasiness. 2 hours and 10 minutes later, suddenly, a person rushed out from inside. Chi Yu? Everyone saw Chi Yu. At this time, Chi Yu's face was pale and her body was bruised. Obviously, she was seriously injured. In order to win, she had exceeded her limit. Although it was only 10 minutes. Brother, I won, right? Chi Yu looked at Chi Hung and asked, Let's heal first. Chi Hung was a little helpless. Chi Yu had tried so hard, but she still couldn't beat Ling Xiao. Did Ling Xiao really die inside? Just as he was thinking about this, another figure suddenly rushed out. The time he lasted was exactly 1 minute longer than Chi Yu, but it was this 1 minute that determined the outcome. The 8th squad leader sneered and said, He didn't die, but he must be seriously injured. Deputy Commander Chi Yu is already like that. I'm afraid this kid's bones are all broken. There are still 5 days before the commander selection. He has no chance at all. However, just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly flashed to his side. He lifted him up by his hair. How is it? Am I seriously injured? Ling Xiao asked sarcastically. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, speechless. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agile at this time. Seeing the 8th squad leader's terrified gaze, Ling Xiao threw him to the ground in disdain. Then he looked at the seriously injured Chi Yu and said, Deputy Commander, it's nothing. This was a complete provocation. Chi Yu was furious. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Chi Heng's face was also very ugly. They originally wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao completely alone and lose the opportunity to cultivate in this dragon cave. However, after struggling for so long, the unlucky ones were them. Chi Hung had originally come to denounce Ling Xiao. Now that Chi Yu had lost No matter what Ling Xiao had done before, it would all be written off. If Ling Xiao didn't have a backer, he wouldn't have to keep his promise. However, Ling Xiao had Huang Yu and Huang Shui to back him up. He had to keep his promise. Even though he was incomparably furious and stared fixedly at Ling Xiao like a venomous snake. But a loss was a loss, and he had to admit it. However, he couldn't understand how Ling Xiao, a mid-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, could possess such a terrifying ability. It was simply inconceivable that he could stay in the Dragon Cave for such a long time on his first try. How did he do it? The cultivators who came with Qi Hung also looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. If they knew that there were still 2 people cultivating in the Dragon Cave, who knew what they would think? Taking a deep breath, Qi Hung calmed himself down. After that, he looked at Ling Xiao with ill intentions and said, "Squad leader Ling is indeed a talent. No wonder the 2 princesses favor you so much. However, in view of the fact that the 9th squad is only left with 14 people now, if I let you guys occupy a day's cultivation time in the Dragon Cave, I'm afraid others won't be convinced. Therefore, your 9th squad's cultivation time in the Dragon Cave will be set to 1 hour. The bet just now doesn't count. This commander is benevolent enough, right?" Hearing this, the expressions of the 9th squad's cultivators changed. This Qi Hung was clearly using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "This is probably not what Deputy Commander Qi Hung you has the right to set. You're not a commander yet. Don't think that you'll become a commander just because you added the chief position." Qi Hung smiled faintly and said, "I'm indeed not a commander and have no right to change the rules set previously. But according to the rules of using the Dragon Cave, if the team's efficiency in using the Dragon Cave isn't high and wastes time, then the time can be reduced. Even if it's reported to the princess, it's the same logic." "You mean our 9th squad is wasting resources?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's an obvious fact, but I reckon that you'll be stubborn and unwilling to admit it," Qi Hung said indifferently. "Is it obvious? I feel that you deputy commanders have been cultivating in the Dragon Cave for too long. This is the real waste of resources. You guys have occupied 8 days, but the actual effective cultivation time is only 2 days. The rest of the time is spent healing. The rest of the teams are the same. Although they have a day, the actual cultivation time is less than 5 or 6 hours. Many people can't even achieve it. Who's wasting resources?" Ling Xiao looked at the captains and Descartes. Since these people all followed Qi Hung to target him, then he wouldn't be polite. "Impudent! Don't think that you can be complacent just because you beat Qi Yu in terms of time," Qi Hung said angrily. "So, what if I'm complacent? In terms of numbers, our 9th squad may not be as good as yours. But in terms of efficiency of using the Dragon Cave, our 9th squad is higher than yours," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Good, very good. Since that's the case, do you dare to bet again? Use the same method as just now. I'll bet with you. In addition, each of us will send a peak 6th-level divine body realm martial artist to bet. If we win, the 9th squad will withdraw from the right to use the Dragon Cave. If it's a tie, then the status quo will be maintained. If we lose, we can give your 9th squad an extra day of cultivation time in the Dragon Cave." Qi Hung seemed to have already thought of how to target the 9th squad. And this person was very cautious. He was worried that he might lose, so he pulled a peak 6th-level divine body realm martial artist. He thought that although the 9th squad had a monster like Ling Xiao, the rest of the team members were trash. He would definitely lose. So a tie at the very least would not affect him at all. Of course, this was just for insurance. In fact, he was full of confidence in himself. Ling Xiao lasted a little more than 2 hours just now, but he could last for 5 hours, although he would be heavily injured and have to rest for a long time afterward. But he thought that he would definitely win. Ha! I don't think this is fair. Deputy Commander Chi Hung is a late-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm martial artist, and I'm only a mid-stage 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist. The bet between you and me is unfair to begin with, so the stakes must be changed. If you lose, the Dragon Cave will belong to our 9th squad from now on until a new commander is elected. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You want to play, right? Then I'll play with you. Be careful. Your appetite is too big, and you choke to death. Chi Hung frowned. Deputy Commander, you don't dare? Ling Xiao mocked. What's there to be afraid of? We'll do as you say. Chi Hung was not worried. He would get the commander's position anyway, even if he really lost. Actually, the 9th squad only occupied 5 days of cultivation time. When he got the commander's position, he would redistribute the cultivation time in the Dragon Cave, although the possibility of them losing was almost non-existent. Chapter 5132. Great, Deputy Commander Chi Hung is indeed straightforward. Ling Xiao smiled. This self-righteous person always took the bait easily. However, while he was confident, Han Yuan, Qin Shi, and the rest were a little nervous. Ling Xiao agreed to such a bet so easily. This was a little too rash. If he lost, it would really be over. However, thinking about it carefully, there was no worse situation. Even if they didn't bet, they probably wouldn't be qualified to continue cultivating in the Dragon Cave. Now, they could only hope that Ling Xiao could win. Qin Shi, come here. Ling Xiao called out to Qin Shi. The other person, you do it. Me? Qin Shi was stunned and smiled bitterly. Corporal, I can't do it. He really couldn't do it because he could only last for 6 minutes in the Dragon Cave. This could only be considered below average among the martial artists in the city defense camp, who were at the peak of the 6th level Divine Body realm. Chi Hung would definitely choose the best person. How could he resist? If I say you can do it, you can do it. Trust me. Ling Xiao smiled. All right, I believe in Corporal's words. Qin Shi took a look at Ling Xiao and finally nodded. Since Ling Xiao was so confident, he naturally had a way. He just had to accept Ling Xiao's arrangement. Both parties have 3 minutes to prepare. 3 minutes later, we will start. Chi Hung took a look at Ling Xiao and then went to choose another helper. Ling Xiao pulled Qin Shi to the side and engraved the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune and the Golden Light Saint Rune on him. The Spirit Gathering Saint Rune could guide spirit energy. Not only could it speed up cultivation, but it could also reduce the impact of spirit pressure. The Golden Light Saint Rune was attached to the surface of the body and could protect the martial artist. Previously, Ling Xiao was still a little hesitant about engraving the Saint Rune. However, after what happened just now, Qin Shi stood firmly on his side. He had reason to believe in this kid. With the Golden Light Saint Rune and the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune protecting him, Qin Shi was confident. Qin Shi was finally full of confidence. On Chi Heng's side, he naturally made a response. They chose the person who lasted the longest among those at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique echelon. Because this person practiced the body refining technique, he could last for half an hour. However, Chi Hung felt that this was not good enough. So he had the man take a spirit gathering pill and a body strengthening pill. Its effect was similar to Ling Xiao's 2 Saint Runes. However, the difference in effectiveness was huge. Chi Hung thought that his plan was foolproof, but he never imagined that a first-grade saint inscription would be so terrifying. At this moment, it was unknown who spread the news. More and more martial artists gathered in front of the Dragon Cave. Huang Yu and Huang Shui also came after hearing the news. The two of them seemed to be really free. However, they couldn't be blamed for coming. After all, such a bet was too big. Even they were shocked. Chi Tianmei, the city lord of Martial City, was also present, although Chi Tianmei was Huang Shui's person on the surface. In reality, Chi Tianmei was only loyal to the Qi family. As the most loyal lackey of the royal family, the Qi family was also the second most powerful family in the entire Golden Martial Kingdom. In the eyes of others, the Qi family would never betray the royal family. However, only the Qi family knew that they had been preparing for many years to take down the Golden Martial Kingdom. They had been pretending to be a lackey for too long. Finally, they could turn the tables. Qi Heng, you've done a good job. As long as you win this time, you'll be able to win. If you win, not only will you be able to attack the royal family's morale, but you will also have one less opponent for the commander selection. This small fish doesn't seem to be as smart as the rumors say. He took the bait so easily. Chi Tianmei was very satisfied with Qi Heng's method. She didn't care about Ling Xiao, but because Ling Xiao represented the royal family, she had to suppress him. Don't worry, Auntie. This time, that brat will definitely be unlucky. Qi Heng said with a smile. Almost everyone present felt that Qi Heng was going to win. The only person who still believed in Ling Xiao was probably Yufang Hua. Chen 7 probably did not have much confidence, so he could only do his best. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. How could you accept this kind of provocation? Can't you see that this is a trap? Huang Yu smiled bitterly. Your Highness, you just need to watch from the side. Trust me, you won't lose. Although it was said that man proposes, but God disposes, Ling Xiao still felt that there was almost no chance of an accident happening this time. He was definitely going to win. It was hard to say who would be the fish that took the bait. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. She suddenly thought of Ling Xiao's cunning and slyness. She didn't say anything. Ling Xiao's methods were often unexpected. However, it should be said that the final result was still good. Moreover, given the current situation, she had to take the gamble. All right, take care of yourself. Huang Yu was actually more concerned about whether Ling Xiao would be injured. As for winning or losing, to be honest, she didn't have much confidence now. Xiao, kill them. Yufang Hua was always full of confidence in her man. That was because she understood him too well. Ling Xiao would never do things that he wasn't confident in. Squad leader, Qinqi, you must win. The 9th squad is counting on you guys. Han Yuan and the other 9th squad martial artists encouraged Ling Xiao and Qinqi one after another. They were in the same boat now. If they still didn't band together, there would probably be no hope. Done being long-winded, if you want to admit defeat, hurry up and do it now. Perhaps I can be a little merciful and reward you guys with some cultivation time. Right then, Qi Heng was already ready over there. He looked at Ling Xiao and mocked. Our Lord Deputy Commander is really confident. Just now, Deputy Commander Qi, you seem to be the same too. Unfortunately, the result wasn't much. Therefore, let's see who's real. It's useless to talk too much. Qinqi, let's go. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he entered the dragon cave first and temporarily put Long Chun and Cold Plum into the Qiankuan world. Otherwise, if they were discovered, there would be trouble. Big brother, I feel like I'm about to break through. Long Chun said with some regret. Me too. Cold Plum also felt a little helpless. Don't worry. After winning this bet, you guys can cultivate here to your heart's content. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Big brother, you can do it. Master will definitely win. At this moment, Qi Heng and his helpers also came in. Ling Xiao stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the other party. Today's referee will be this princess. Are both sides ready? Huang Shui stood up and asked with a smile. Yes. Both sides answered in unison. In that case, the competition will begin now. Following Huang Shui's order, both sides began to cultivate, although there was a slight time difference. It didn't affect the overall situation. The berserk spiritual pressure smashed into their bodies like a ferocious wave. The four people's bodies swayed slightly, but they didn't fall. Chunchi was originally very flustered. However, when the wave hit him, he could feel the effects of the two sacred runes at the same time. As a result, not only did he not feel any pain, moreover, it was obvious that the effect of cultivation had increased by more than 10 times. Corporal, you're really not a simple person. I wonder what these runes are. I keep feeling that with these two things, I can last for an hour. Chunchi was overjoyed. The original nervousness and fear were instantly gone. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the joy of cultivation. Chapter 51:33. Under the powerful spiritual pressure, the four martial artists quickly immersed themselves in cultivation. The people outside could clearly see the waves of spiritual energy fiercely crashing towards them, each higher than the last. This couldn't be faked. Let's not talk about Ling Xiao first. That Chunchi's record seems to be 6 minutes. Now that 2 minutes have passed, I'm afraid he will be eliminated soon. In this way, even if the chief loses, it will only be a draw. The 8th squad leader laughed. Shut up. How can the chief lose? We will win for sure. Chi Yu had taken the healing pill. Although the effect was not as good as the one made by Ling Xiao, it was definitely not a problem for her to speak now. This Ling Xiao, all he did was win the corporal selection. And he's already so arrogant. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in Martial City? The chief is not trash like Yi Chen. Ling Xiao will definitely feel what despair is. Qi Tianmei also nodded. Although she was only Qi Heng's aunt, Qi Heng and Qi Yu had lived by her side since they were young. She was the most relaxed about Qi Heng's ability. She was a little surprised that Ling Xiao won against Qi Yu. However, Qi Heng and Qi Yu were not on the same level. The people following Qi Heng also showed relaxed smiles because to them, the result was obvious. They could not lose. On the contrary, the people in the 9th squad were a little nervous. They hoped that Ling Xiao and Chunchi would win, but this kind of thing was not decided by who would win. This was really troublesome. Don't be so nervous. The squad leader will win, and so will Chunchi. Yu Fanghua glanced at the people in the 9th squad and said, she knew very well what was going on inside. Chunchi had the sacred runes engraved by Ling Xiao. Although he was still not as good as Qi Heng, he was definitely stronger than the person selected by Qi Heng. As for Ling Xiao, there was no need to talk about him. Although the spiritual pressure in the dragon cave was strong, how could it affect Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao could constantly refine spiritual energy and transform it into potential, increasing the strength and number of potential cells. Not to mention a few hours. It was absolutely not a problem for him to stay inside forever. Although Qi Heng was powerful, he did not have this ability. Even if he could last for a long time, there would eventually be a limit. As long as there was a limit, he would lose. In fact, from the very beginning, this result was obvious. It was just that many people did not know and did not understand. Under everyone's attention. Soon it was 6 minutes. The scream that Qi Yu was expecting from Chunchi did not come out. Chunchi was still sitting there, motionless like a mountain. Humph! I didn't expect this brat to be able to hold on. I want to see how long you can hold on. 20. Finally, Qi Yu, Qi Tianmei, also frowned. Ling Xiao and Qi Heng did not move. Why did Chunchi persist for half an hour without showing any signs of being eliminated? This did not make sense. You don't want to live anymore. Then hold on until you die. Qi Yu gritted her teeth. There was a trace of uneasiness in her heart. Things were so strange. It was already far from what she had expected. 40 minutes. 1 hour. Finally, the martial artist selected by Chi Hung escaped. When he escaped, he was already exhausted and fainted. His whole body was covered in wounds. It was a tragic sight. How is this possible? Chi Yu felt her face burning, as if someone had slapped her. She lost. This carefully selected martial artist had actually lost. On the other hand, Qinqi's body only swayed slightly. He still did not show any signs of giving up. Qi Tianmei's frown deepened. Her original expectations had deviated from the trajectory. It was completely different from what she had imagined. The surrounding mocking laughter also stopped. Each and every one of them looked in the direction of the dragon cave, dumbfounded. How did Qinqi become so powerful all of a sudden? An hour and a half passed. Suddenly, there was a rumble. Qinqi jumped out of the dragon cave. Humph, he must be half dead. His injuries are definitely more serious than ours. It was fine if she did not speak. Everyone ignored the fact that she made a fool of herself and got slapped in the face. But now, she spoke again. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Commander Chi Yu. Qinqi is doing very well. Not only is he doing very well, but his cultivation that had stagnated for 3 years has also finally improved. Qinqi said excitedly. There was also a strong sense of sarcasm in his excitement. Qinqi deliberately released the aura of a 7th-level divine body realm cultivation. He broke through. He really broke through from the peak of the 6th-level divine body realm to the 7th-level divine body realm. He did not break through in 3 years, but he succeeded in one go today. Qi Yu and Qi Tianmei's expressions were extremely ugly. This was something they did not expect again. They started to feel very worried. They really did not have confidence in what the final result would be. The winner of the bet was decided. However, the 2 people in the dragon cave continued. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. When it was 4 hours and 50 minutes, Qi Hung opened his eyes. Because he was about to reach his limit, he wanted to see how Ling Xiao was doing. Opposite him, Ling Xiao's eyes were closed tightly. He was as still as a mountain and did not move at all. How can this guy hold on for so long? Qi Heng's strong self-confidence vanished at this moment, and his brows furrowed tightly. The continuous impact had already caused his body to show all kinds of symptoms. Many bloody marks appeared on his skin. I don't believe that I can't beat you. This time, I will break through my limit too. Qi Hung gritted his teeth and swallowed the body-strengthening pill. He did not want to use this thing at first, but now he was no longer as confident as before, so he naturally had to use it. He wanted to ensure his victory. Otherwise, it would not be just embarrassing. Another 10 minutes passed. It was 5 hours. Over at Ling Xiao's side, there was still no movement. Qi Hung finally had other thoughts. I absolutely can't lose here. Originally, I planned to use that treasure during the commander selection, but I have to take it out today. Otherwise, if I fail miserably, I will lose a lot of face. There was a kind of spirit talisman that did not need to be activated with spirit energy, but with soul power. Thus, it was called a soul talisman. As long as the soul talisman was implanted in the soul realm, it could be done with a thought. Moreover, it was invisible and traceless. Others could not detect it at all. Qi Heng's soul talisman was called Viper Soul Talisman. When the soul power was activated, the soul talisman would produce an effect. The soul power would turn into a viper and wreak havoc in the opponent's soul realm. It would bite the opponent's soul to death. This was an extremely vicious soul talisman. He originally lent it to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen did not have time to use it before being destroyed by Ling Xiao. This gave him a chance. Viper Soul Talisman, activate! Instantly, Qi Heng's thoughts moved. A silent attack was launched. It could not be seen with the naked eye. One could only use soul power to capture it. However, everyone present could see the situation inside. Who would be so bored as to use soul power to probe? Therefore, no one knew what was happening. Only Ling Xiao. Chapter 5134. Ling Xiao's soul power was extremely strong. Even a divine soul, realm warrior, would not dare to say that they were stronger than him. The moment Qi Heng activated the venomous snake soul talisman, Ling Xiao had already sensed it. Qi Heng, oh Qi Heng, if you had just admitted defeat, it would have been fine. But you chose to attack me. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with killing intent. Qi Heng was afraid of losing, so he used such a despicable method. He would not let him off easily. The venomous snake instantly entered his soul realm. However, the moment it entered his soul realm, it became a nightmare for the venomous snake. It was as if it had entered a swamp and could no longer move. Then it was slowly melted by the powerful soul power. I'll give you a venomous snake too. Qi Heng had to rely on the venomous snake soul talisman to launch a soul attack. Ling Xiao did not need to use it. He used his soul power to condense a venomous snake, which instantly darted out. Qi Heng was feeling proud. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's soul explode and die tragically on the spot. However, in the next moment, the venomous snake rushed into his soul realm. It bit down. Ah! A shrill scream came out of Qi Heng's mouth. In the next moment, Qi Heng crazily escaped from the dragon cave. He rolled on the ground with all his might. There were not many injuries on his body. However, after being bitten by the venomous snake, his soul was severely injured. If he did not have suitable soul healing herbs, he might even become a fool in the future. Seeing Qi Heng's miserable state, everyone turned pale with fright. Qi Tianmei rushed over, picked up Qi Heng, and checked Qi Heng's condition. At the same time, her expression changed. She hurriedly stuffed a soul-nurturing pill into Qi Heng's mouth. The venomous snake soul talisman was given to Qi Heng by her. Naturally, she also had a soul-nurturing pill, which could heal the soul. How could it be? How could it be? Qi Yu kept muttering. Her expression was very ugly, and her body was trembling violently. Qi Heng actually lost. She had originally hoped that her big brother would be able to avenge her. Apart from the 9th Squad, the martial artists of the city defense camp were all dumbfounded. If Qi Heng lost, they would lose the bet as well. For the next few days, he was unable to cultivate in the dragon cave. This was a disaster. Han Yuan and the other members of the 9th Squad were also shocked. Obviously, they had not expected this result at all. It was a miracle that Chen 7 could win. Ling Xiao's victory over Qi Heng was even more miraculous than a miracle. Other than Qi Heng's screams, there was dead silence outside the dragon cave. The expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. At this moment, a figure dashed out. There was still a calm smile on his face. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be? He looked at Qi Heng, Qi Yu, and the others and said with a smile, "You've lost. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Bastard, how dare you use such a despicable method to ambush Qi Heng? I'll kill you. Qi Tianmei suddenly exploded and charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmei coldly and activated the Golden Light Saint Rune in advance. Under the Golden Light Saint Rune, Qi Tianmei couldn't do anything to him. However, Qi Tianmei's attack didn't land in the end because it was blocked by Huang Yu. "What is the meaning of this, City Lord Qi?" Huang Yu frowned and said, This kid is afraid that he can't beat Chi Hung, so he used a despicable method to ambush Chi Hung, causing Chi Heng's soul to be injured. If I didn't have the soul-nourishing pill, Chi Hung might even become a fool. Your Highness, shouldn't this kid be killed? Chi Tianmei said, angrily. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. This made her a little embarrassed. If Ling Xiao really did so, she couldn't protect him. City Lord Qi is so shameless. May I ask what injured Qi Heng's soul? Ling Xiao asked with a sneer. Qi Tianmei didn't say anything. If you don't say it, I will. Qi Heng's soul was injured by the Viper Soul Rune. As far as I know, in the entire martial city, only City Lord Qi knows how to refine this kind of soul rune, right? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Qi Hung, that idiot, was afraid that he would fail miserably, so he attacked me with the Viper Soul Rune. In the end, he was counterattacked by the Soul Rune. He deserved it. You dare to settle the score with me? I haven't done so yet. As soon as he said this, Huang Yu understood everything. Qi Tianmei was indeed good at using the Viper Soul Rune, and many martial artists had fallen under this Soul Rune. Whether it was the Viper Soul Rune or not, she only needed to test it to know. Ling Xiao wouldn't talk about this matter, and Qi Tianmei couldn't deny it. City Lord Qi, don't you think you should give me an explanation? Ling Xiao is a talent recommended by Father. It's fine if you usually suppress him. I can't say anything, but you're actually so vicious, wanting to kill him. If it wasn't for the Viper Soul Rune's backlash, I'm afraid Ling Xiao would be a dead man now. You really deserve to be punished. Huang Yu looked coldly at Qi Tianmei, her face incomparably gloomy. Qi Tianmei couldn't refute. She also regretted her actions just now. A moment of impulse put her in an extremely passive situation. If this matter really blew up, the royal family would definitely use this as an excuse to remove her from the city lord position. Then it would really be like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The dignified chief deputy commander lost both the person and the situation. Truly shameless. Actually using such a despicable method, what qualifications do you have to continue being chief? Han Yuan took the opportunity to say, since he was already following Ling Xiao, he wouldn't miss this opportunity to suppress Qi Hung. Your Highness, this Viper Soul Rune matter was this old one's oversight. Please allow this old one to handle this matter properly. Remove Qi Hung from his position as Chief Deputy Commander, and remove Qi Yu from her position as Deputy Commander. At the same time, Ling Xiao wins the bet. From today until the new commander is elected, Martial City's Dragon Cave will be used by the 9th Squad. Qi Tianmei wanted to do her best to salvage the situation and suppress this matter. Since she already said so, Huang Yu couldn't continue to cause trouble. After all, Qi Tianmei was the city lord of Martial City. If she really forced the Qi family into a corner, it wouldn't be a good thing. Moreover, if this matter really blew up, who knew what would happen? The current situation was the best possible outcome. Forget it. As long as City Lord Qi handles it properly, it's fine. Huang Yu sighed and said, if Huang Shui stepped out now, she would definitely be able to take down Qi Tianmei. However, Huang Shui didn't say anything. Instead, she tried to smooth things over. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Ling Xiao, calm down. Qi Hung will definitely not dare to act recklessly in the future after this lesson. You're right, Your Highness. Ling Xiao also played along with her. Because Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to confront Huang Shui directly, he could only feign civility. Everyone, disperse. Qi Tianmei chased everyone away. Then she cupped her hands at Huang Yu and Huang Shui and said, Qi Heng's soul is injured. This old one will go back to heal him first. After speaking, she turned and left. Actually, She had been suppressing her anger. She was already extremely angry. She hated that she couldn't take down Ling Xiao. She definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. However, I still hope that you can get along harmoniously. After all, you're all from the Golden Martial Kingdom. Huang Shui smiled at Ling Xiao and said something. Then, she turned and left. I should go too. Be careful. That Qi Tianmei won't let this matter rest. Huang Yu stared at Ling Xiao and left. Peak. Chapter 51:35. Ling Xiao, you're unlucky to have offended the city lord. You're courting death. After Huang Yu and Huang Shui left, the captains and Dekarchas dared to speak. And when W, R, A, N, W, E, Na, C, O, M, they weren't happy about it either. With Qi Heng's loss, who knew when it would be their turn to enter the dragon cave to cultivate, they thought they could get rid of Ling Xiao by working together, but in the end, they dug their own graves. If you guys continue to talk nonsense, don't even think about entering the dragon cave to cultivate when I become a commander. Ling Xiao sneered. Hee, you only won against Deputy Commander Qi Heng in this aspect. In terms of strength, you're still far from him. After this incident, he'll definitely be more prepared. By then, don't even think about winning. I'll let the 9th Troop use the Dragon Cave for a few days. Anyway, once the commander selection results are out, you guys will have no chance. Those captains and Dekarchas basically had the same idea. Of course, there were some who didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that when Ling Xiao really became a commander, there would be no turning back. Saying less now wouldn't do them any harm in the future. The annoying person left. The cultivators of the 9th Squad shouted excitedly, surrounding Ling Xiao like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. Needless to say, they were extremely excited. They thought they wouldn't be able to enter the Dragon Cave to cultivate, but now they had a few more days to cultivate. Ling Xiao gestured for them to quiet down, then said, "This is just a small step. What's the Dragon Cave? It'll be ours sooner or later. Now, come one by one to collect the spirit gathering pills and carve the golden light saint pattern. Everyone, raise your strength as soon as possible. When I become a commander in the future, I'll have to rely on you guys. Maybe you'll be a Dekarch or even a captain. So, you have to speed up your cultivation." It was not easy for the warriors of the Empire of Tyrant Heavens to come over, so Ling Xiao had to train a group of people here for the time being. Although these people's aptitudes were slightly lacking, it was not too embarrassing in Martial City. As long as they followed his instructions, it would only take a few months for them to catch up to the current level of the sergeants and captains. Next, he would inscribe the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune and the Golden Light Saint Rune on each of them. At the same time, they would consume the Spirit Gathering Pill. With the effects stacked, one's cultivation speed would be even more terrifying. Ling Xiao was happily busy here. The city lord's mansion was in a mess. Qi Tianmei had never been played by such a brat before. Today, she was really angry. Everything in the room was smashed all over the floor. Her originally pretty face now looked hideous and twisted. It was extremely ugly. Qi Heng and Qi Yu stood there, trembling in fear and not daring to speak. The two of them had temporarily regained their mobility, but if they wanted to cultivate, they would need at least 2 more days of rest. Ling Xiao, very good. It was really good. You dare to go against me. You're really brave. But do you think this is over? Qi Tianmei looked out of the window coldly. In her heart, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Not only because of what happened today, but more importantly, because of the Qi clan's plan. If they could not suppress Ling Xiao, Martial City would not be completely under the Qi clan's control. This was a very important part of the Qi clan's plan. She did not want anything to go wrong. City Lord, actually, you don't have to be too angry. He's just a small character who used a little bit of cleverness to play Chi Hung. Luckily, Chi Hung is safe and sound. We still have a chance to turn the tables. The one who spoke was Chi Tianmei's husband, Chi Hung, and Chi Yu's uncle. Although this man did not have any real power, he had done many things for Chi Tianmei. He was also very powerful. Chi Tianmei still listened to his words. Even so, it would not be good for our reputation if word got out. Chi Tianmei said helplessly, "We all know that Chi Hung is stronger than Ling Xiao. Even Chi Yu is much stronger than Ling Xiao. It's just that there are some differences in soul power. This can be easily made up for with magic treasures or talismans. But the problem is that a loss is a loss. I'm afraid that Chi Hung and Chi Yu's reputation has been ruined, not to mention that I've taken their vice commander positions. Vice commanders are not important. As long as we can get the commander position, that's enough. What we need to do now is not to regret what happened before, but to think about how to get the commander position safely." Chi Tianmei's husband said again, "You're right. If we want to get back our reputation, we can only do it in the commander selection in 5 days." Chi Tianmei nodded and looked at Chi Hung and Chi Yu. "In these 5 days, I'll give you intensive training. If you can break through in your cultivation, that would be the best. If you can't, you'll have to have more means to deal with the enemy. Don't forget that Ling Xiao isn't your only enemy in the commander selection. We know Chi Hung and Chi Yu believed that they could defeat Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was always unpredictable. Therefore, in these few days, they still had to constantly strengthen their combat power. They had to strive for a stable victory. Once they got the commander position, Ling Xiao would be nothing. Their eyes were filled with hatred. They swore that they would seek revenge on Ling Xiao in 5 days. Dragon Cave. Everyone in the 9th Squad had received Ling Xiao's inscription and consumed the essence-gathering pill. Therefore, the cultivation effect was much faster than before. From the 3rd hour onwards, there were always people who had a breakthrough in their cultivation. These people had low cultivation, so it was relatively easy for them to break through. At the 6th hour, even Han Yuan had a breakthrough in his cultivation and advanced to the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. The rest of the martial artists had also advanced to the early stage of the 7th level divine body realm. That night, Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua broke through one after another. They had all reached the mid-stage of the 8th level divine body realm. Even Ling Xiao had broken through from the mid-stage of the 6th level divine body realm to the late stage of the 6th level divine body realm. The speed was so fast that it made one speechless. Of course, this was probably because it was their first time cultivating in the Dragon Cave, so their speed of improvement was faster. The late stage of the 6th level divine body realm cultivation increased Ling Xiao's combat power by more than 10 times. However, it was still not safe enough to compete with Chi Hung, who was at the late stage of the 8th level divine body realm. Moreover, no one could predict what Chi Heng's strength would be 5 days later. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 6th level divine body realm as much as possible before the selection. That way, he would have a higher chance of success. In addition to other means, it could be said that there was no chance of failure. However, Ling Xiao couldn't rely on the Dragon Cave anymore. This was because he realized that after he broke through in his cultivation, the pressure from the Dragon Cave was getting smaller and smaller. The effect of his improvement was also getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he had to find another way. Unlike him, the members of the 9th Squad could still enjoy benefits for a long period of time due to their low cultivation. After cultivating for an entire night, the energy in his cultivation only increased by 10%. Ling Xiao started to feel that this was a waste of time. The effect of Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yufanhua's cultivation was also greatly reduced. Chapter 5136. According to Ling Xiao's conjecture, the Dragon Cave in Martial City would at most help a martial artist break through to the late stage of the divine physique echelon realm. Although Ling Xiao was only at the late stage of the divine physique echelon realm, his strength was close to the late stage of the divine physique echelon realm. Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yufanghua were also working hard to update. Please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update. Please refresh later. Handsome guys and beauties, can you register as a member first? If you register as a member, you can use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense, like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author: Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Synopsis: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake's broken bridge, full of mysteries. Fate linked by a thread. The truth was just a short distance away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33xs/317/3/317/31753/content trial. Reading Chapter 001. Returning home in glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, speeding along a small road in Jiangnan's countryside. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful word "Sue" on the lantern swayed unsteadily. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, so he could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night didn't affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy, and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair, and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yao Yao. The girls in white and green were her maids, by Su and Qing Ting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. 33 starters. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold white color to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, Old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and reared up, their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a "pa" sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "I-oh!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the three girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtains, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qingting also followed. The three of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. 33 update. Mobile terminal. / 33 update. Fastest computer. / He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, Old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove into the bottom of the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao Bai Su and Qingting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The three beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the air. A few places in the distance were on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the three beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there, and the two horses snorted in a daze as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky, and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside the Peach Leaf Ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly. "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and a beautiful rose was inserted into his temples. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Neo Air, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you did not have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you only wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty in the Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the job of the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestral grave. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox and the rats in Jiankong City. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? The daughter of the head of the department was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it is better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He would not be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. If he was pointed at behind his back, it would be a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and did not hesitate to sully himself. He was unwilling to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li did not know what was wrong with his brain. He did not understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons are not sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they did not expect that he would show up in the evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw that it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty who did not like to see a handsome young man. She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." This Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around and saw that everyone was listening attentively. Only then did he smile reservedly. "Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture Magistrate, Master Li, for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked and exclaimed, Oh, that's amazing. A seventh-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in the Lee estate, I'm afraid your status won't be lower than head Lee's, right? Yang Han smiled faintly. It was not good for him to flatter himself, but he did not deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of, returning home in silken robes? Southern Song Chronicles 2/317/31753/33XS/317/3175553/ Chapter 5137. Princesses Wise. Zhongling's eyes shone with respect. Princess Huang Xue's move was beautiful. No matter if the assassination was successful or not, she could shift the blame to Qi Tianmei and let the Qi family fight with Ling Xiao. She would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It was really amazing. But will Ling Xiao believe it? Zhongling was still a little worried. This is even simpler. Some time ago, I accidentally obtained a magic treasure from the Qi family. It's called Soul Sword. It's said that there aren't many people in Qi Tianmei's line who know the Soul Sword technique, but there are still a few. The Soul Sword technique is a saint-level soul secret technique that's very good at sneak attacks and assassinations. It's a genuine third-level saint-level secret technique. It's not the rubbish that's circulating outside. I heard that many small oases also claim to have saint-level techniques. That's ridiculous. Those are just fake saint-level techniques. The real saint-level techniques can only be cultivated when one's cultivation reaches the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. The requirements for saint-level martial skills and saint-level secret techniques are relatively lower. One can cultivate them at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. However, only at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon can one unleash the true power of 1st-level saint-level martial skills and secret techniques. Secret techniques are harder to learn than martial skills and are more special. I believe that Ling Xiao will have to believe it after seeing this soul sword technique. Huang Xue sneered and said, "Originally, I nurtured someone who's good at the soul sword technique to sneak into the Qi family. But this time, let's test his loyalty first. Let him kill Ling Xiao." Zhongling's heart trembled. This princess, Huang Xue, was indeed extraordinarily intelligent and cunning. No matter how smart Ling Xiao was, he probably wouldn't connect this assassination to Huang Xue. "Princess, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Zhongling nodded. Such a perfect plan had to be executed well. She couldn't let Princess Huang Xue's efforts go to waste. "Ling Xiao, blame yourself for offending Princess Huang Xue. You don't know what's good for you. If you die this time, you'll be lucky." Zhongling glanced outside the window. She had to make a move. At that time, she would go to the Hummer mountain range in the name of helping Ling Xiao. After all, Princess Huang Xue was now cooperating with Ling Xiao on the surface. If she didn't help, it would raise suspicions. At this time, in the Hummer mountain range, in a deep and dark forest, only specks of light fell on the ground. There was a rustling sound not far away, as if something was hiding in it. It made his hair stand on end. This was an open space. Ling Xiao stood there. He was surrounded by people. Standing in front of him was one of the 36 leaders of the Hummer gang, ranked 32nd. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. No wonder the Hummer gang was so arrogant. The strength of the 36 bandit chiefs was probably at the 8th level of the divine physique echelon or above. If that was the case, It would not be easy for the warriors in the outer circle of the Golden Region to annihilate them. Chi Tianmei really had sinister intentions in assigning them this mission. There were more than a dozen Hummer gang bandits around them, and their strength was at the 7th level of the Divine Body realm. Their average strength had already surpassed the Marshall City's City Defense Army. Die! Bandit Chief 32 suddenly shouted. His feet suddenly left the ground, and he dashed toward Ling Xiao. Like a ferocious beast pouncing on its enemy, his speed was extremely fast. The machete in his hand emitted a bloody aura which made one tremble in fear. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. Facing such an enemy, he didn't dare to be careless. Holy ground demonic shadow. Light body sane inscription. Ling Xiao instantly performed a movement technique. Together with the light body sane inscription, his body instantly turned into an afterimage. He left his original position. Boom! Bandit Chief 32's blade energy flew past Ling Xiao's body, splashing the grass on the ground. It's actually a top-notch pseudo-saint movement technique. No, it seems even faster. Bandit Chief 32 muttered to himself as he felt a terrifying danger approaching. How could Ling Xiao just dodge? While dodging the opponent's attack, he performed the void-shattering technique with his left hand. A ray of light pierced Bandit Chief 32's body, leaving a bloody hole on his back that was still emitting black smoke. The void-shattering technique transcended the void. The speed of this move was definitely not a problem, but the power was lacking. It actually didn't pierce through the opponent's body. Even so, Bandit Chief 32 was still hit and fell to the ground. However, this guy was a fierce bandit after all. Even under such circumstances, a dagger suddenly flew out of his hand. It pierced Ling Xiao's arm. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's physical defense was extremely strong. Although the dagger pierced, it couldn't penetrate deep. However, it was also because of this that Ling Xiao's god-defying art attack was stopped. If Ling Xiao couldn't perform different martial arts techniques with both hands at the same time, he might really have been able to turn the tables this time. However, there were no ifs in this world. The moment his right hand was hit, his left hand brazenly blasted out a bloody handprint that covered the sky. The terrifying bloody handprint was incomparably huge. It fell from the sky and smashed directly toward Bandit Chief 32. Boom! Without waiting for Bandit Chief 32 to react, the bloody handprint had already landed on his body. Instantly, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Bandit Chief 32 lay on the ground, unable to get up anymore. This battle happened so quickly. By the time the surrounding bandit chiefs reacted, the battle had already ended. Bandit Chief 32 was killed. The Hummer gang bandits didn't run away. Instead, they were all furious. Chi, a sword gleam suddenly shot toward Ling Xiao's back. It was a peak 7th level divine body realm bandit charging over. Although the other bandits also attacked at the same time, there was a slight difference in the timing. This sword went straight for Ling Xiao's back, wanting to kill Ling Xiao in one strike and avenge Bandit Chief 32. God-defying art, cross stance. A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He could kill Bandit Chief 32 in one strike. These pieces of trash actually dared to act rashly. The god-defying sword in his hand flickered coldly. 10 sword gleams pierced through the air. The first to bear the brunt were the martial artists closest to him. Their throats were all pierced by the sword gleams, and they fell to the ground on the spot. Blood splattered all over the ground. Once Ling Xiao made a move, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. He released the Dragon God Frost array diagram. In an instant, the other bandits' movements all slowed down. Some were even directly frozen. Then he turned into an afterimage and harvested lives like a ghost. In a short while, all the bandits were killed. Ling Xiao bent down and collected a drop of blood from these bandits into a container. This would be the key to drawing the blood-colored sacred pattern of justice. After collecting the blood, Ling Xiao cremated the corpses and turned to leave. He didn't want to destroy the corpses. The key was that if these corpses were exposed outside, they might very well breed bacteria and even bring about a plague. It would bring a lot of trouble. It was better to deal with it. Are they all back? When Ling Xiao returned to the temporary base, he saw Yu Fanghua and asked, Long Chun and Cold Plum aren't back yet. Yu Fanghua said, they discovered the Hummer Gang's lair half an hour ago. However, they sensed that the enemy was too strong, so they deliberately lured these people out to kill them. Chapter 51:38. The Hummer Gang's bandits were everywhere. Ling Xiao and the others had all met their opponents. Don't worry, Long Chun and Cold Plum won't be defeated so easily. Yu Fanghua comforted Ling Xiao when she saw his worry. Ling Xiao nodded. She was right. Long Chun and Cold Plum had been with him for a long time. Even if they met an opponent they couldn't defeat, they could still escape. That wasn't a problem. A few minutes later, the two of them returned. However, they were both heavily injured. Ling Xiao activated the maze and let them heal. We were so unlucky to meet a bandit leader in the top 20. His cultivation was at the late-stage 8th level divine body realm. Although we defeated him, I was also injured by his subordinates. Long Chun swallowed the healing pill and said, helplessly, me too. Cold Plum's reply was as concise as ever. If that's the case, the top 10 bandit leaders of the Hummer Gang will probably have a peak 8th level divine body realm martial artist, maybe even a 9th level divine body realm martial artist. Ling Xiao frowned. This mission won't be easy to complete if we don't use our brains. By the way, Big Brother, we encountered something strange during the battle. We were clearly using 6th level Saint class cultivation techniques, but those bandit leaders said our cultivation techniques were pseudo Saint class. Longchen suddenly said, I encountered it too. The 1st level Saint class martial arts technique they used was obviously much stronger than the 7th level Saint class martial arts technique I used. Cold Plum also said, I encountered this too. It seems that the Saint class in the Eternal Divine Realm is a little different from the ones in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Yu Fanghua said, I investigated the memories of Bandit Leader 32 and came to a conclusion. Ling Xiao said, the Saint class cultivation techniques in the 4 regions and 9 worlds are only pseudo-Saint class here. Even the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, which I always thought was a 10th level Saint class movement technique, and the Black Lotus Treasured Light were only pseudo-Saint class cultivation techniques. He was only at the peak of the false Saint level, not even at the 1st level of the Saint level. This is the price of ignorance. I was tricked by Lotus Flower. Fortunately, that fellow is unable to use true Saint level martial skills in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Otherwise, I might not have been able to win. I see. Then, the most important thing for us now is to quickly get a few sets of true Saint-level cultivation methods and Saint-level martial skills to use. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage. Longchen said, Of course. Once we destroy the Hummer Gang, we'll have it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, The leaders of the Hummer Gang all seem to know Saint-level techniques. I also searched through their memories, but I wasn't satisfied. Let's wait until the Hummer Gang is gone and look for it in their treasury. After a while, everyone's injuries were fully healed. Ling Xiao stood up and said, Let's move. Seize the time to break through them one by one. The earlier we complete the mission, the earlier we can obtain the cultivation technique and martial skill we want. Understood. 5 figures shot into the dense forest. The hunting operation had resumed. An hour later, somewhere, Long Chun had just killed a group of bandits and began to collect blood. At this moment, his expression changed, and he put away the container. He looked into the depths of the dense forest. "Come out." As he spoke, he consumed a healing pill that Ling Xiao had personally refined. The effect was much better than ordinary healing pills. "I've been discovered." A person walked out of the dense forest. The black-masked man looked at Long Chen and said, "I've long heard that Ling Xiao's subordinates are quite strong. Today I see that it's true. However, you're seriously injured now. Are you still my match?" Before the black-masked man finished speaking, he had already charged at Long Chen. At the same time, Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua also encountered the black-masked man. However, one person appeared at Cold Plum's side. Two people appeared at Yu Fanghua's side. "I heard that Ling Xiao's women are outstanding in appearance. Today, I see that they are indeed top-notch. How can that kid have the fortune to enjoy them?" One of the black-masked men sneered as he appeared from the dense forest and said to his companion beside him. This man was tall and sturdy. He stared at Yu Fanghua with a burning gaze, as if he had already forgotten the purpose of his visit. "Hee, that's right. How about the two of us serve you together? We'll definitely let you enjoy the happiest feeling in this world." The other man also smiled slyly. When the two of them saw Yu Fanghua's breathtakingly exquisite face, they really couldn't control the fire in their hearts. In particular, Yu Fanghua's cold gaze made their fire burn even more fiercely. They wanted to burn this beautiful iceberg jade. "Little beauty, it's best if you don't resist. That won't end well for you. Both of us have tender feelings for the fairer sex. As long as you cooperate, we won't let you suffer for half a day." The black-masked man stared at Yu Fanghua and almost drooled. Yu Fanghua's expression was still indifferent. Suddenly, she opened her red lips and said, "Die." At that moment, a terrifying aura was released from Yu Fanghua's body. The two black-masked men clearly felt the terrifying power that was enough to devour them. Their expressions suddenly changed. The three of them were attacked, and Ling Xiao was naturally not spared. Boom! Ling Xiao killed the last bandit with a punch. He collected the blood into a container. Including this bandit leader, there are only 10 bandit leaders left of the Hummer Gang's 36. There shouldn't be many bandits left. Next is the battle. These 10 bandit leaders won't be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stood up. However, at that moment, a sharp cold light flew out from the dense grass and stabbed at the back of Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao didn't even look. He bent his body slightly and dodged the cold light. However, a tree not far away was hit by the cold light and exploded into pieces. It showed how terrifying its power was. Ling Xiao never underestimated the enemy when he was in danger. Even if he killed all the enemies in front of him, he always paid attention to the movements around him. He could see clearly when the enemy launched a sneak attack, so it was very easy to dodge the enemy's sneak attack. "Come out. You want to kill me with this trick? Dream on." Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the forest and said, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of coming out. Ling Xiao sneered and activated the void-shattering power to shatter the space where the other party was hiding. The void-shattering power, cosmic light power, god-reversing art, and various beast soul magical powers had the offensive power of a true first-level sacred class martial technique. It was much stronger than the Black Lotus treasure light. As for the sky-covering blood handprint, it was even more terrifying. It was actually a third-level sacred class martial technique. This was a true third-level sacred class technique. It wasn't a fake sacred class technique. This was probably Ling Xiao's most powerful technique at the moment. Of course, if the god-reversing art had a breakthrough, Ling Xiao might have other options. The moment the space shattered, the person was finally exposed. To be able to dodge and shatter the void in an instant, his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. "You're not from the Hummer Gang. Who are you?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're going to die today. It's not easy to be a sergeant in the City Defense Army, and you're not qualified to fight for the position of commander." The other party just said eerily, "Tyrannical Sky, Martial Soul, Tyrannical Sky, Martial Soul." Chapter 5139. Qi Tianmei sent you here? Judging from the other party's words, there was a high possibility that Qi Tianmei sent him. However, there was another possibility, which was that someone deliberately framed Qi Tianmei. Regardless of which possibility it was, he had to kill the enemy in front of him first. Otherwise, he would be the one to die today. "If you're the only one who came, I'm afraid you're not my match." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Why didn't your master just send a martial artist above the 9th level of the divine physique echelon? That way, you'll have more confidence in killing me." "There's no need to kill you," the assassin said coldly. "Oh, right. Your companions are probably being targeted now. I'm curious. Don't you have 4 companions? Why isn't one of them here? You even know about this. Seems like your master isn't Qi Tianmei." Ling Xiao smiled. In the Golden Region, only Huang Yu and Huang Shui knew that he had 4 companions. He believed that Huang Yu wouldn't do that. Then there was only one possibility. Your master is that B*TCH, Huang Shui, right? Ha! That woman really likes to go to great lengths. It's a pity that she sent an idiot. Ling Xiao smiled. When the assassin heard that, his pupils shrank. This made Ling Xiao even more certain. "Go to hell, you chatty brat." The assassin said the wrong thing and exposed his master's identity. He wanted to make up for his mistake. The only possibility was to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Huang Shui's plan would be in vain. He roared and rushed forward. A heavy hammer appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Ling Xiao's head. The heavy hammer looked extremely heavy. Even if he didn't activate his divine energy, just smashing it on a person's body would probably turn them into minced meat. There was a sonic boom as the heavy hammer smashed down. This guy's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Although his combat power was slightly weaker than Qi Heng, he was definitely not ordinary. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. Facing such a brazen attack, Ling Xiao held the Void God sword with both hands. The Saint Barbaric Bull rune shone brightly. The golden barbarian bull's shadow wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. This caused Ling Xiao's strength to skyrocket in an instant. The Void God sword met the attack head-on. People who use swords pay attention to movement techniques, speed, and techniques. You actually dare to fight me head-on. What an idiot! The assassin sneered disdainfully. He had heard Zhongling describe Ling Xiao and thought that he was a great person. He didn't expect him to be such a brute. Boom! The Void God's sword and the hammer collided, and a terrifying power spilled out. In that instant, the assassin's expression changed drastically. The power released from the Void God's sword was no weaker than his. In fact, he might even be stronger. He was actually bounced back and landed 10 meters away. Although Ling Xiao's feet sank about 3 inches into the ground, he was not injured. What's going on? Is this guy really that strong? The assassin was shocked. He suddenly realized that Zhongling's words might be true. He might have underestimated his opponent. This kid was definitely not a brute, but a very difficult 6th level divine physique echelon martial artist. Good. Very good. You're worthy of my attention, the assassin said with a ferocious expression. He didn't dare to underestimate him. He waved the hammer in his hand again and directly smashed the air apart. It carried an even more terrifying might as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, the shadow of a giant elephant appeared behind the assassin. This was his martial soul, the giant elephant martial soul. His terrifying power also came from this powerful martial soul. At that moment, the sword god martial soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. This martial soul was snatched from Yi Chun. It was still in the low god realm, but in terms of enhancement, it was still better than ordinary martial souls. In the beast god body state, releasing the sword god martial soul naturally increased the power of all his sword skills greatly. Light body Saint Rune, holy ground demonic shadow. If the holy ground demonic shadow was used alone, its speed wouldn't be much of an advantage, especially when the opponent had a saint-level movement technique. After all, the holy ground demonic shadow was only at the peak of the pseudo-saint level. It was still far from a saint-level movement technique. But with the light body Saint Rune, it could make up for this disadvantage. In terms of strength, he didn't lose to his opponent, especially when he activated the barbaric bull Saint Rune. But if he wanted to kill his opponent, this kind of head-on battle was meaningless. He still had to find the right opportunity to attack his opponent's vital points. Can you dodge? I've learned all about you. Wind resistance talisman. The assassin saw that Ling Xiao was trying to avoid his attack, so he used the talisman. Talismans were similar to Saint Runes in that they could increase speed, but most could only be used once. Saint Runes, on the other hand, could be used many times. Moreover, the talismans on the Black Tortoise continent weren't that good. True talismans could only be seen on the Divine Secrets continent, but it was too far away. At least in the Eternal Divine Realm, Ling Xiao believed that Saint Runes were more powerful and practical than talismans. The assassin used the wind resistance talisman to catch up to Ling Xiao's speed. Ling Xiao had to brandish the Void God sword again to block. But this time, it wasn't just a simple block. The moment the Void God sword collided with the heavy hammer, the power of the void exploded. A sharp beam of light shot toward the assassin's face. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. Even a late-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist would be injured if they were hit by the transcending the void. As expected, the assassin's expression changed when he saw the cold beam of light. He tore another talisman apart. His face was covered in golden light. It was a golden talisman. Its defensive power wasn't as strong as the golden Saint Rune. However, it also blocked Ling Xiao's transcendence from the void. You're really rich. Huang Shui must have spent a lot of money to kill me. I'd like to see how she feels when the assassin she sent is killed again. Ling Xiao's attack failed, and he was knocked back by the heavy hammer. He sneered. You want to kill me? I admit that you're difficult to deal with, but you must have misunderstood something. Do you think you can kill me? The assassin sneered and rushed forward again. After releasing the loud sound martial soul, his strength and attack power had increased a lot. However, they had almost failed miserably just now, and Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to destroy them. At that moment, he was both embarrassed and furious. Boom! The heavy hammer smashed out again. Its speed and strength had increased, and there was a layer of blue light on the heavy hammer. It made people uneasy. They could even smell danger. First level sacred class martial technique, poison explosion hammer. A first level sacred class martial technique. It was indeed powerful. According to the information he received, only martial artists at the peak of the 8th level divine body realm could truly master first level sacred class martial techniques and techniques. To fully master second level sacred class martial techniques and techniques, one had to be at least a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Of course, one could cultivate first-level sacred class martial techniques and techniques after reaching the first-level divine body realm. But they couldn't fully master them. In terms of heat control, it was much worse. Chapter 5140. Even in the eternal divine realm, generally, martial artists below the 8th level of the divine physique echelon would still cultivate pseudo-saint level cultivation techniques and martial skills. Only the outstanding geniuses of the large clans could be the first to obtain the true saint level cultivation methods and martial skills. This assassin should have received Huang Xue's attention and grooming. His attainments in level 1 saint class martial skills were quite high. The power of the poison explosion hammer was extremely terrifying. The moment it was unleashed, the strong wind brought about by the heavy hammer caused the surrounding vegetation to wither and crack. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a serious look. I have to end the battle as soon as possible. If this drags on, I'm afraid it'll attract the masters of the Hummer Gang. Thinking of this, he used Sky Tyrant Possession. Red light blossomed from the heaven-covering blood hand. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to the heaven-covering blood handprint before. 33 quickest computer. / but ever since he found out that this thing was actually a 3rd-level saint class martial skill. Thus, he attached great importance to it. This was because the heaven-covering blood palm was more ferocious than any of his current attacks. This time, the blood-red handprint did not descend from the sky. Instead, it appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, it blasted towards the assassin. At that moment, the surrounding space was filled with the smell of blood. A strong gale raged, and a strong pressure pressed down on the assassin, causing the assassin's expression to change greatly in an instant. How is it possible to upgrade a rank 3 martial technique? The assassin clearly saw the terrifying level of the heaven-covering blood handprint, although Ling Xiao was unable to fully display the power of this move. But to him, it was still a huge threat. At the very least, his poison explosion hammer would not be able to withstand it. While he was still in shock, the bloody handprint had already arrived. The poison explosion hammer was easily shattered by the bloody handprint. The assassin let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying by the palm wind and fell to the ground. He was motionless, dead. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Was the power of the heaven-covering blood palm really that great? He opened his Tai Chi eye and observed for a moment. He couldn't help but sneer. This guy actually faked his death. If you faked your death, I'll let you die for real. Ling Xiao activated the Void God's sword in his right hand, and 10 sword lights burst forth. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Secret Soul Technique. His expression changed drastically. The assassin who had faked his death had actually used a Secret Soul Technique. An invisible sword ray shot out from between the other party's eyebrows and pierced towards him. If not for the Tai Chi eye, he would probably be in for a bad time today. Soul's secret arts could only be blocked by soul power. Ordinary martial skills were useless. Of course, he could also choose to avoid it. In that instant, Ling Xiao used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique and disappeared. What? The killer's attack, which he thought would definitely succeed, missed. He had forcefully used the soul sword art, and it had already backfired on his soul. At this moment, both his soul and body were heavily injured, and he really didn't have the strength to resist. Ling Xiao swung the Void God sword and killed the assassin. As expected, Huang Xue sent them. Ling Xiao had stolen the memories from the depths of his soul. He confirmed his guess. This person was heavily nurtured by Huang Xue and was prepared to enter the inner circle of the Qi clan. Now, it had been destroyed by him. Huang Shui would probably fly into a rage. Moreover, from this matter, he also thought of a way to survive. He could take advantage of the conflict between the Qi clan and the imperial family. After all, he was still very weak, and it wasn't wise to forcefully clash with the two clans. However, if he took advantage of both sides, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, it was very dangerous to use a fierce tiger to fight a fierce wolf. If he wasn't careful, he might be eaten. But it didn't matter. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have come this far. At the same time that he stole the assassin's memories, Ling Xiao also obtained the soul sword art that the assassin had used before. This was a third-level Emperor-class soul secret art, and its power was boundless. With his soul power, he could completely unleash its terrifying power. Not to mention Qi Heng. Even a first-level divine soul realm martial artist would be heavily injured if they were hit by it. He really had to thank Huang Shui for sending him such a good thing. After collecting a drop of blood from the assassin, Ling Xiao sensed Yu Fenghua's aura and left. The assassin's corpse had been incinerated. Among Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua, it was obvious that Yu Fenghua was in the most danger. After all, Yu Fenghua was facing two assassins, and one of them might have been prepared for Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Xin was cultivating in the universe world, so he went to deal with Yu Fenghua. When Ling Xiao found Yu Fenghua was lying under a tree. Her body was glowing faintly as if she was healing. Not far from her, there were two corpses. It seemed that Yu Fenghua had won this battle, but she was also heavily injured. She was facing an assassin in the middle stage of the 8th-level divine body realm. Moreover, the assassin might have a first-level sacred class cultivation technique. It was already rare for Yu Fenghua to win. Fenghua, are you okay? Ling Xiao hurried over to check on her. I'm fine, but I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know any sacred class cultivation technique or cultivation technique. Luckily, I have the moon essence technique, which can increase the power of my cultivation technique. I barely managed to defeat my opponent. Yu Fenghua smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao checked Yu Fenghua's body, and after confirming that there were no major problems, he heaved a sigh of relief. The cold killing intent in his eyes exploded. Huang Shui, if I don't kill you, Ling Xiao, swear that I'm not human. He wouldn't let anyone who dared to hurt his woman go so easily. However, just as Yu Fenghua said, the most important thing now was to get their hands on sacred class cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques as soon as possible. Only then would they be able to increase their combat power in a short period of time. Don't take such risks in the future. Don't we have Little Black? With Little Black around, these two fellows are nothing. Ling Xiao said, Little Black is a secret weapon. It's too wasteful to use it against martial artists in the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Yu Fenghua shook her head and said, Xiao, don't worry about this. Who won't get hurt? Don't forget, I'm also a martial artist. While the two of them were talking, Long Chun and Cold Plum also rushed back. Both of them had light injuries on their bodies. Obviously, they were at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation technique. If the conditions were the same, they could have won completely. Master, someone entered the mountain. It seems to be Princess Huang Shui's men. They're shouting that they're going to help us deal with the Hummer Gang's martial artists. Cold Plum suddenly said. 33 people started. Hee, they really know how to act. But this is good too. Let's go meet these people. Ling Xiao sneered. He was just worrying about how to wipe out the Hummer Gang when Huang Shui sent people over. It would be a pity if he didn't use them. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao saw Zhongling. At this time, Long Chun and Cold Plum had already returned to the universe world to rest. Yu Fenghua, also went back to recuperate. It's good that you're fine. Her Highness received a secret report that the Hummer Gang was tyrannical and that someone might harm you. She sent us over to help. My name is Zhong Ling. A valiant female martial artist was saying extremely hypocritical words. However, Ling Xiao knew in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. In this situation, it was actually better to make use of Huang Shui. If they fell out, it wouldn't be good for him. Chapter 5141. Since Princess Huang Shui is willing to help, we naturally welcome it. It just so happens that the Hummer Gang is a tough nut to crack. I hope Miss Zhong can help. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation. Although he knew that the other party was being polite, he still took it seriously. Unless Huang Shui wanted to fall out with him, he still had to help. Zhong Ling frowned and said, "Tell me, what do you want us to do?" "We've already killed 26 of the 36 bandit leaders of the Hummer Gang. We've also killed a lot of bandits. Now is the time to launch an all-out attack. How about we trouble Miss Zhong Ling to bring some people to attack the Hummer Gang's lair with us?" Ling Xiao said, "I thought you had some plan, so it's just a strong attack. Her Highness said that you're smart, but she overestimated you." Zhong Ling looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, "Of course, who can be more beautiful and intelligent than Princess Huang Shui? I wonder if Miss Zhong Ling is willing to help us?" Ling Xiao asked. "All right, since it's Her Highness's order, I can't refuse. We'll set off now." Zhong Ling brought a lot of people with her. There were more than 100 of them, and their strength wasn't weak. This was also Ling Xiao's confidence to launch an all-out attack. It would be stupid not to use such a large force. After everyone discussed, they set off for the Hummer Gang's lair. This place was an abandoned ancient city occupied by the Hummer Gang. Although there were many damaged places, they were all repaired by the Hummer Gang. Now, it could definitely be considered as an impregnable fortress, and it was high up, so it wasn't so easy to attack. There were bandits on war horses patrolling around the ancient city. There were also arrow towers and observation towers on the city walls. There were almost no blind spots. It was quite difficult for anyone to break into this ancient city unknowingly. The bandits were all dressed in black, with a blood-red warhorse pattern embroidered on the black clothes. It was said that it was the martial soul of the Hummer Gang's leader, Hummer. Hummer had the Fergana horse, martial soul. It was extremely fast, and it was rumored that it could suck human blood. It was very terrifying. The name of this gang was also named after their leader. It was rumored that Hummer's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. That was definitely not an existence that Ling Xiao and the others could easily defeat. He had asked Zhong Ling to deal with this Hummer. Hummer practiced a very evil martial art called the blood demon art. The more blood it sucked, the higher its power would be. The stronger the master of the blood, the greater the benefits. However, the more one cultivated the demonic blood technique, the more savage and bloodthirsty one would become. Such a demon would be very useful for Ling Xiao's performance of the blood-colored justice rune. I didn't expect there to be so many bandits. The scale of this Hummer Gang is really huge. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. They had already killed many bandits. However, there were more than 10,000 bandits in the area that the Taiji eye could see. In comparison, the 100 or so of them were too few. Fortunately, these 10,000 people were clearly not as strong as the bandits Ling Xiao and the others had encountered earlier. Most of them were at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Although there were many of them, they were easier to deal with. It's a bit difficult to wipe out all the bandits, but it's not too difficult to kill the remaining 10 bandits. What do you plan to do? Zhong Ling looked at Ling Xiao and asked, To kill the bandit leader, we need an expert to sneak in. Leave this to us. Miss Zhongling, can you help us stall those bandits outside? Ling Xiao said, Aren't you worried that I'll leave you behind? Zhongling smiled. You don't dare to disobey Princess Huang Shui's orders. Ling Xiao said lightly, If it was just Zhongling, Ling Xiao believed that she would really do that. But with Huang Shui's orders, she didn't dare. Her purpose this time was to let Ling Xiao believe in Huang Shui's sincerity in cooperating. If she ran away, wouldn't it be the opposite of what she wanted? Humph! Zhongling snorted coldly. Although she didn't say it, Ling Xiao had hit the nail on the head. Kill. The people Zhongling brought were all experts. The weakest among them was at the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. So although they were few in number, they had a huge advantage against the ordinary bandits of the Hummer Gang. More than 100 people were like wolves in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed those bandits patrolling outside, and killed them on the spot. Boom! A loud sound came from the direction of the ancient city. The array cannon was activated. It seemed that the other reason why the Hummer Gang couldn't be taken down was because of this array. The array cannon was activated, and a huge energy ball flew out. If it landed in a crowd, even an 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist would be seriously injured. This was the power of the array. However, the next scene made Ling Xiao dumbfounded. Among the 100 people, 10 of them suddenly jumped up. At the same time, they activated their divine essence. A terrifying aura burst out. It formed a huge palm of divine essence and intercepted the energy ball in midair. Then, Zhongling soared into the air and kicked the energy ball towards the city wall. With a boom, the protective wall of the defensive array was blown up and became much weaker. Golden Divine, Might Fist. After Zhongling kicked the energy ball away, she condensed divine essence in the air. At the same time, the 100 martial artists transferred their divine essence to her hand. A terrifying giant golden fist smashed out. Cracks actually appeared on the energy barrier. It was about to shatter. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These people were strong. And this was only the weakest group of Huang Shui's personal guards. Their combined power was actually so terrifying. It seemed that if Ling Xiao wanted to be enemies with Huang Shui, he had to create a strong team for himself, or he had to become stronger. Thank you, Miss Zhong. In the chaos, Ling Xiao turned into a shadow and disappeared into the crowd. He entered the ancient city in a few steps. In a hidden corner, he let Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua out and said, Killing the enemy isn't the most important thing. Try to find the Hummer Gang's treasury. If we want to stabilize our foundation in the Golden Martial Kingdom and take down Martial City, we need a lot of spirit stones, pills, and other things. We also need cultivation methods. That's the most important thing. If we can avoid fighting, try not to. Zhongling has already attracted the Hummer Gang's attention. Let's use this opportunity to take the things and talk about other things. Remember, if you encounter an enemy you can't beat, don't force yourself. Run away immediately. Where there's life, there's hope. Big brother, you're really sneaky. Long Chen laughed. If they could really find the Hummer Gang's treasury, they would really be rich. The Hummer Gang had run amok in the Golden Region for decades. They didn't know if there was someone in the imperial court who hadn't been eliminated. They must have accumulated a lot of wealth. If they could find it, it wouldn't be a small amount. Ling Xiao could do a lot of things. Moreover, it was said that this ancient city was also a ruin. The Hummer Gang probably took all the treasures in this ruin. Chapter 5142. The combined wealth of 100 martial cities would probably only be comparable to the wealth of one Hummer Gang. Huang Shui probably sent Zhongling here to seize the Hummer Gang's treasure. You're the thief. Do you know how smart this is? Now spread out and find the treasure. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua turned and left. He also continued to move in one direction. In the ancient city, most of the buildings had collapsed, but there were still some intact buildings. That should be where the Hummer Gang lived. A large number of bandits gathered near the intact buildings. However, because of the battle outside, they all headed toward the city gate. Originally, no matter how many people there were, Ling Xiao could rely on the shadow dancer's ability to sneak in. Now that there were fewer and fewer people patrolling and defending, it became easier for him to sneak in. There seems to be the smell of treasure there. Ling Xiao found a very well-hidden building. Although it was not very grand, it was very well hidden. The architectural style was also very magical, giving off the aura of an ancient building. The most important thing was that no matter how anxious the bandits elsewhere were, they all rushed toward the city gate. However, the bandits here did not move at all, as if they were indifferent. Obviously, it was not that they did not care about the situation at the city gate. It was because there was something more important that they needed to guard here. Ling Xiao smiled and dashed into the building in an instant. What a strong smell of blood! Ling Xiao, who had arrived inside the building, could not help but frown. As soon as he entered, he saw a bandit leader. This was a bandit leader ranked in the top 10. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the divine body 8th level. His strength was already close to Qi Heng's. This person sat on the throne and looked in the direction of the city gate warily. It was obvious that the commotion outside had caused him to be on guard. He was standing guard here. Being able to have a bandit leader in the top 10 guard here made Ling Xiao even more certain of his thoughts. There was something incredible in this building. Since you're here, why hide? The bandit leader suddenly opened his eyes. The 6th master of the Hummer Gang welcomes the guest again. As he spoke, the long saber in his hand suddenly slashed in the direction of Ling Xiao. The terrifying saber chi made Ling Xiao feel the threat of death. Ling Xiao did not know how he was discovered, but it was clear that the shadow dancer form did not work in front of this person. Therefore, at that moment, Ling Xiao left the shadow warrior form and opened the martial soul barrier. Dealing with one person was still fine. If he let those martial artists outside rush in, he would really have a headache. At the same time, Ling Xiao also dodged his opponent's saber chi. After all, the distance was quite far. Ling Xiao still had time to dodge. The saber chi hit the martial spirit barrier and disappeared. Who are you? Why do you have to go against the Hummer Gang? The 6th elder stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His entire body was releasing an astonishing killing intent. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "I'm Ling Xiao, captain of the 9th Troop of the Martial City Defense Army. I've been ordered to eliminate the Hummer Gang." "Ha ha ha, so you're Ling Xiao. Do you know why the Hummer Gang has been safe and sound all this time?" The 6th elder laughed and said, "With the power of the Golden Region, it's actually very easy to eliminate us. But it didn't happen. Why? Because you have someone in the court." Ling Xiao laughed. "You're smart. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. Our backer is the Qi family. This time you came to carry out a mission. Qi Tianmei said to make you stay here and never go back alive. We thought it was a simple matter. Who would have thought that you're so cunning and killed 26 of our brothers? How do you think I should torture you to get rid of the hatred in my heart?" The 6th elder said coldly, "I see. It's almost as I guessed. 6th elder, I don't care who you're working with. Right now, you only have one chance to live. As long as you promise me 2 things, I promise I won't kill you." Ling Xiao said calmly, "First, stop cultivating the blood demon technique, and don't kill the innocent. Second, bring me to your treasure vault. The sixth elder was obviously stunned when he heard Ling Zhao's words. "Are you trying to make me laugh?" The sixth elder said with a smile, "I heard from Qi Tianmei that you're arrogant. Today I see that it's true. I really don't understand. You're just a piece of trash at the late stage, sixth level divine physique echelon. What gives you the confidence to say that you want to kill me? Who gave you so much courage?" As he spoke, a black demonic hand suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Ling Zhao's legs. "The only outcome for you is death. You're delusional to think that you can find our treasure vault. You're delusional." The sixth elder revealed a sinister smile. However, his smile stopped abruptly in the next moment. The demonic hand touched a protective wall condensed by golden light and was bounced back. It did not injure Ling Zhao at all. Although Ling Zhao did not use the golden light's sacred rune often, at critical moments, he would not be stingy either. This sixth elder's strength was not ordinary. Better be a little careful. Indeed, it came in handy. The other party said to sneak attack, so it was a sneak attack. Sixth elder? Ho-hoo, really a fool who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think that I'm joking? I'm really giving you a chance. Forget it. If you don't want it, then I'll kill you and directly steal your memories. Ling Zhao finished talking and immediately unleashed an attack. A heaven-covering blood palm appeared in the void and rumbled towards the sixth elder. "Oh, you actually even know a sacred rank 3 martial technique. Not bad, not bad. It's just a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Want to rely on this to kill me? It's still too lacking." Although the sixth elder was rather surprised, Ling Zhao's heaven-covering blood palm was not to the extent of making him fearful. Demonic blood shield. In order to weaken Ling Zhao's heaven-covering blood palm's attack, the sixth elder urged divine essence. A shield blocked in front of him. On the shield, there was a hideous evil demon head. Looked like it was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, Ling Zhao did not count on the heaven-covering blood palm being able to directly take down this sixth elder in the first place. The corners of his mouth curled into a hint of a cold smile. Soul sword art. An invisible sword light instantly shot out from between Ling Zhao's brows, piercing towards the sixth elder. This soul sword art was stolen by Ling Zhao from that assassin's memories. Although Bing was incomplete, only the upper half. But to him, this cultivation genius, a few minutes was already a small accomplishment. Releasing it at this time, how terrifying was the sacred rank 3 soul secret art, soul sword art. When the sixth elder reacted to it, it was already too late. In that instant, he screamed miserably. The demonic blood shield also disintegrated instantly. Under the situation of being defenseless, he was smacked to death by Ling Zhao's heaven-covering blood palm. Ling Zhao used the heavenly fiend eye to steal the other party's memories. He could not help secretly laughing and said, "Indeed, in this place." He incinerated the corpse, walking to the vicinity of that throne that the sixth elder sat on just now, opening up the secret passage leading underground according to the method in his memories. Chapter 5143. This secret passage should have been built when the ancient city was still around. It was later used by the Hummer gang to store their wealth. The labyrinthine underground tunnels were really dazzling. Fortunately, Ling Zhao had the Tai Chi eye, which could seek fortune and avoid calamity. It could remove the false and retain the true. Otherwise, he would not have been able to walk out. The underground was full of mechanisms and traps. However, with Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye and the golden light saint runes, these things could not do anything to him. Finally, after deciphering all the mechanisms and traps, Ling Zhao came to the treasure vault in the sixth head's memory. A thick metal door blocked his way. Layers upon layers of formations emitted a mysterious light, blocking out those who attempted to force their way into the treasury. What a pity that you met me. Ling Xiao smiled and went forward to decipher the formations. After about 10 minutes, the thick metal door slowly opened. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked in. At that moment, he was completely stunned. In the treasure vault, piles of supreme grade spirit stones were neatly placed. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, there were at least tens of millions of them. Ling Xiao had never seen so many supreme grade spirit stones. It seemed that this trip was really worth it. Not to mention other things, just these supreme grade spirit stones were enough for him to create havoc in the Golden Martial Nation. Moreover, if he was alone, these supreme grade spirit stones would be an astronomical figure. However, he had the Sky Tyrant Empire behind him. If the Sky Tyrant Empire wanted to enter the eternal divine domain, they could not lack supreme grade spirit stones. After all, they were the hard currency here. Ling Xiao smiled and kept all the supreme grade spirit stones in the Qianquan world. The space in the Qianquan world was much bigger than the Dong Emperor ring. It was a piece of cake to contain these spirit stones. After keeping all the supreme grade spirit stones, Ling Xiao looked at other things. The treasure vault was huge, and there were many compartments, all of which were blocked by formations. Obviously, the treasures in each compartment were different. Ling Xiao found a large number of elixirs in a secret room. These elixirs were basically provided for divine physique realm martial artists. Most of them were basic elixirs like healing elixirs, vitality replenishing elixirs, and antidote elixirs. Ling Xiao did not think highly of them, but they were very useful for the future development of Martial City. Martial artists could not lack these elixirs. It could be said that their value was even greater than supreme grade spirit stones. In addition to these ordinary elixirs, Ling Xiao found a type of elixir called supreme grade spirit stones. This was amazing. Each pill emitted a white jade-like luster. Just looking at it was enough to make people excited. There were about 100 of them, and every single one of them could help a divine physique realm martial artist break through their shackles. Raise the cultivation base. This was good stuff, but the medicinal effect wasn't good enough. Ling Xiao planned to go back and refine it again. In the future, when the warriors of the Sky Tyrant Empire came over, it would be given to them. The 9 Revolutions body-breaking pill was extremely precious. Not everyone had the qualifications to use it. It was fine for ordinary martial artists, but at the very least, this thing should be used by geniuses. And it was even more useful for the geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds who stayed in the low-level laws for a long time. It could stimulate their potential suppressed by the laws and maximize the efficacy of the elixir. They might be able to break through a few realms at once. This thing, combined with the blood-colored righteous saint pattern, could nurture a large number of experts in a short time. In addition to the supreme grade spirit stones, there were other elixirs with good quality. Ling Xiao took them all in one go. They might be useful in the future. If not, he could sell them for money after refining. 10 million supreme grade spirit stones might seem like a lot, but it was only the value of a low-grade spirit crystal. Money was essential for national activities. You could never have too much money. In another secret room, there were a large number of Dharma treasures and weapons. Most of them were Emperor weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. There were also Emperor weapons with 2 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao was originally worried about the difference in Dharma treasures after the divine physique realm martial artists came. It would be troublesome. Now, the Hummer gang had prepared everything for him. In the last secret chamber, Ling Xiao found the cultivation method and martial technique that he had yearned for even in his dreams. There were at least tens of thousands of them on the bookshelf. Of course, most of them were first-level sacred class martial arts techniques. There were also a few second-level sacred class martial arts techniques. As for third-level sacred class martial arts techniques, there was none. However, it was enough for a divine physique realm martial artist to cultivate. When he became stronger in the future, there would naturally be more and better martial arts techniques. He was not in a hurry. After taking these things, Ling Xiao was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a painting hanging on the wall. Looking at it carefully, the painting was made with the crystal cores of divine soul realm beasts. It was called the 9 Dragon Portrait. 9 divine dragons and hundreds of divine soul realm beasts' crystal cores were used. It was really powerful. He wondered who made this painting. It was really scary. Ling Xiao observed the 9 Dragon Portrait with his Tai Chi eye and saw a strange scene. This made him very excited. He knew that this thing must be a treasure. So he put it away. Bastard, who touched my 9 Dragon Portrait? When he was collecting those treasures, he was not discovered. However, just as he put the 9 Dragon Portrait into the universe world, he suddenly heard this angry roar. He was shocked. He could feel an extremely powerful aura rushing here at high speed. This is a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. However, it was too late to escape now. The other party blocked his escape route. Clenching his teeth, Ling Xiao decided to stay where he was. He could kill a divine soul realm martial artist. It was not impossible for a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Soon, a figure appeared at the entrance of the treasury. This person had long blood-red hair. His skin was also blood-red. It was obvious that he had cultivated the blood demon technique to an extremely high level. The explosive aura caused Ling Xiao to furrow his brows. Ling Xiao had no choice but to choose the beast god body and sky tyrant possession. At the same time, he activated the sun god's blood demon array. You bastard, this 9 Dragon Portrait is something I worked hard to get. Even all the treasures in this treasury can't compare to it. You greedy thing, you took other things and still coveted my 9 Dragon Portrait. You're really a bastard. Take this. The red-haired man did not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak at all. He directly attacked while cursing. The terrifying aura caused the entire treasury to shake. Good guy, he actually values this 9 Dragon Portrait so much. It seems that this thing is not simple. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It seemed that he had really picked up a treasure today. Originally, he just wanted to take the Hummer Gang's martial arts manual. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky? Facing the red-haired man's attack, Ling Xiao did not panic. Instead, there was a trace of joy. Something that could be treasured by the other party must be extraordinary. Chapter 5144. Golden Light Saint Rune. Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for this enemy, so he activated the sub-god blood array and the Golden Light Saint Rune to weaken him. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. Boom! The terrifying attack collided with the Golden Light Saint Rune, and the entire secret room shook violently. It was as if it was about to collapse. Despite being separated by the Golden Saint Rune, Ling Xiao actually felt a wave of suffocation. It was extremely uncomfortable. Thief, where do you think you're going? Just as he was about to confront the other party, a delicate sound suddenly rang out. It was actually Zhongling who had chased after him. It turned out that the half-step divine soul realm red-haired man was the leader of the Hummer Gang. He was fighting with Zhongling, but he suddenly felt that the 9 Dragon Portrait was moved. So he rushed over. However, he couldn't get rid of Zhongling. Zhongling was also a half-step divine soul realm expert. It's you. Zhongling was stunned when she saw Ling Xiao. She immediately understood something when she saw the treasure vault. Ling Xiao, give me half of the treasure, and I'll help you kill him. Wealth moved people's hearts. Although Huang Shui had ordered her to do this, Zhongling believed that Huang Shui wouldn't blame her. After all, she was going to give the treasure to Huang Shui. Deal. Ling Xiao nodded without hesitation. If Zhongling and the others hadn't restrained a large number of enemies, he wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to seize the treasure. Anyway, only he knew how much treasure he had taken. When the time came, he would give Zhongling some as a reward for her hard work. He wouldn't give the 9-dragon portrait to anyone. He had to keep it for himself. Let's do it. Zhongling saw that Ling Xiao agreed and pounced on the leader. The two of them fought. The divine essence and energy kept colliding, and the building began to collapse. The two of them rushed outside. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to follow them. What he didn't know was that the only one left of the 36 leaders of the Hummer Gang was the leader. He killed the 6th leader, Long Chun Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua also killed a leader. Of the remaining 6, 5 were killed by the experts outside. Only this first head was left. Because of his tyrannical strength, he had not been killed. Zhongling and the first master were like two humanoid beasts fighting. The ancient city was already in ruins, and now it was ravaged beyond recognition. Large areas of the city walls and buildings collapsed. Some of the bandits, who couldn't escape in time, were crushed to death. Ling Xiao saw this and began to collect blood. Blood. He continued to kill those evil Hummer bandits. Long Chun, Lung Mei, and Yu Fanghua had already charged out. Everyone gathered together and launched their final attack. Although the Hummer Gang had many gangsters, they weren't strong enough. Under the attacks of these powerhouses, they were naturally forced to retreat repeatedly. However, Ling Xiao also discovered that more than a dozen of the experts Zhongling had brought with her had died. They were all martial artists at the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. It was only right for him to share some of his treasures with the other party. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party's attitude was good enough. Otherwise, he didn't mind taking the treasure for himself. The battle was coming to an end. The Hummer Gang was killed, but the battle between the leader and Zhongling was still going on in the sky. Both sides were locked in battle, and neither could do anything to the other. Master, someone is coming. They're experts. Cold Plum suddenly said to Ling Xiao, they'll be here in about 10 minutes. They're probably reinforcements from the Hummer Gang. The Hummer Gang is related to the Qi family. The Qi family will protect them. They're just a little late. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, we can't delay any longer. This leader must be killed. He knows the secret of the treasure. Fanghua, let Little Black do it. Got it. Yu Fanghua nodded and released Little Black. The two people fighting in the sky had already noticed the arrival of the experts. The leader laughed wildly. Once the reinforcements are here, you'll all die. How dare you kill so many people from the Hummer Gang? I'll let you taste the greatest pain in the world before you die. Zhongling's expression was ugly. She sensed that there was a divine soul realm expert among them. This was definitely not something she could fight against. Retreat. Zhongling didn't have time to think about the treasure. She waved her hand and ordered her subordinates to retreat. She didn't care about Ling Zhao's life anymore. He couldn't let all of his men die here just because of Ling Xiao. Seeing them leave, Ling Xiao sneered. The next moment, the leader swooped down to chase after Ling Xiao. But this guy never dreamed that this was the last thing he had to do in this world. Little Black suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first master in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the biggest problem was solved. We should go. Ling Xiao had everyone enter the Qianquan world and use the holy ground demonic shadow. At the same time, he activated the light body Saint Rune and fled into the distance. Because they knew the enemy's reinforcements were coming, they chose different escape routes. Nothing happened on the way back to Martial City. Ling Xiao went straight to the Dragon Cave. When he arrived at the Dragon Cave, he found that some guys were actually plotting something outside the Dragon Cave. Fortunately, he set up a defensive formation and a maze before he left. Otherwise, the 9th Squad would be in trouble. Who gave you the guts to ignore the rules? Ling Xiao shouted, causing those people to stop what they were doing. Their expressions were not good. When did the city Lord Qi Tianmei's promise become so worthless? Since you don't even listen to the city lord, then I'll teach you bastards a lesson today. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch us, the city lord won't let you go. One of them shouted in horror. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he was killed by Ling Xiao. Will the city lord let you bastards break the rules of the city defense army? How dare you disrespect her? You're courting death. Ling Xiao was using the tiger's skin as a banner. He believed that Qi Tianmei would definitely not admit to such a shameless thing. This group of idiots was equivalent to being sold as cannon fodder. No matter how he taught them a lesson, Qi Tianmei would definitely not say a word. Spare us, platoon leader Ling Xiao. Spare us. Hearing Ling Xiao's words and seeing Ling Xiao's tyranny, these people were really frightened. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. Hand over your storage rings and scram. Ling Xiao said coldly. They were just a group of cannon fodder. He was too lazy to kill them, so as not to cause a bad influence. After all, these people might become his cannon fodder in the future. Yes, yes, yes. No one dared to say a word. Facing the furious Ling Xiao, they did not want to die. Thus, they all handed over their storage rings. Ling Xiao roughly summed it up. These people added up to tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. The rest were all trash. It seemed that Martial City was not as rich as the Hummer Gang. Martial City's wealth was probably stored in the Hummer Gang. The Qi clan was indeed thoughtful, but it was a pity that Ling Xiao had benefited from it. Chapter 5145. All right, now that there's no one to disturb us, the 3 of you should consume this 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. I'll inscribe the blood justice saint pattern for you guys. Then cultivate in the Dragon Cave while I protect you. Also call Han Yuan and Chen Qi out. These 2 are going to be important for the time being, so let's give them some benefits. When no one was around, Ling Xiao took out the elixir and gave it to Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yufeng Hua. Then he inscribed the blood justice saint pattern on the 3 of them. The 3 of them entered the Dragon Cave to cultivate and called out Han Yuan and Chen Qi. Ling Xiao did the same thing to them again. It was still the same saying. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. The martial artists of the Empire of Tyrants were too far away to quench their immediate thirst. Ling Xiao had to find some people who could help him first. Ling Xiao didn't treat the other 10 martial artists of the 9th Troop unfairly. It was just that it was a waste to give them the 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. However, Ling Xiao still had a purple gold spirit gathering elixir. Its effect was much better than the spirit gathering elixir that Ling Xiao refined. He believed that these people would have continuous breakthroughs in their cultivation in the next few days. Of course, this kind of breakthrough wasn't stable. It would cause their foundation to be unstable. However, these people didn't care. They might not be able to raise their cultivation in their lifetime. Now that they had the chance to raise their cultivation, they wouldn't care even if there were flaws. After all, if they raised their cultivation to the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm, they would still be stronger than a 7th level divine body realm martial artist even if their foundation wasn't stable. If he worked hard on his cultivation base in the future, he would be able to stabilize his unstable cultivation base. After helping others, Ling Xiao also engraved the blood-colored Saint Rune of Justice on himself. At the same time, he swallowed a 9-transformation body breakthrough elixir. Then, he entered the dragon cave to cultivate. When they returned from the mountain, it was already night time. The next morning, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. An even more powerful aura was emitted from his eyes. The rest of them stopped cultivating earlier than him. After all, not everyone could stay in the dragon cave like him and not be afraid of anything. Even with Long Chen's giant dragon body, he could only stay for 7 hours at most. Even so, everyone's cultivation had broken through one after another. Ling Xiao's cultivation rose from the late stage of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon to the pinnacle. His potential cells evolved once again, and the energy became even more condensed. Long Chen, Yufang Hua, and Cold Plum's cultivation levels rose to the peak of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. And this was the situation where the effects of the medicine had not been completely absorbed. Han Yuan's cultivation level rose to the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Chun Qi had risen to the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm. The other 10 people's cultivation had also risen to the mid-stage of the 7th level divine physique echelon. This was because they could not continue to cultivate in the dragon cave. He believed that once the effects of the medicine were completely absorbed, these people's cultivation would increase even more. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a little depressed. His body and soul were too strong. Even if he absorbed all the medicinal effects of the pill, he would only be able to advance to the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage. It was still very difficult to break through to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. However, he was better at breaking through during a battle. This was because he could stimulate the potential in his cells during a battle. He did not have to worry about this. At the very least, he, who was at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon, was not afraid of an opponent at the peak of the 8th level divine physique echelon. In addition to the help of the soul sword technique, his combat power was even stronger. Looks like we followed the right person. After staying in the martial city for so many years, our cultivation levels did not improve at all. Once platoon leader Ling Xiao came, our cultivation levels improved by leaps and bounds. It was right not to leave back then. Han Yuan and the others were very glad. Back then, the 9th platoon had more than 3,000 people. Only the 12 of them were left. They were originally worried, but they did not expect to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Everyone felt grateful to the point of shedding tears. Platoon leader, we won't say any words of gratitude. From today onwards, you're our second parent. Just a word from you, and we won't even bat an eyelid if you want us to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Han Yuan said excitedly. The others also nodded. There's no need to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. As long as you're loyal, there will be benefits in the future. All right, you guys can continue to cultivate. Try to completely absorb the effects of the medicine in these few days. At that time, even if the 9th platoon has fewer people, no one will dare to bully us. Ling Xiao smiled. Yes, everyone nodded. After healing the injuries on their bodies, they entered the dragon cave again. Ling Xiao did not plan to improve his cultivation level for the time being. Because he used the medicine to help him improve, he felt that his foundation was not stable, so he did not want to improve too quickly. He was different from the others in the 9th platoon. He was very ambitious, so he wanted to stabilize his foundation before continuing to improve. Next, he planned to study the 9 dragon sculpture. Previously, He did not have time to study it in detail due to the lack of time. Now he had the chance. While Ling Xiao was studying the 9-dragon sculpture, Zhongling had already escaped back to the princess residence. What? You guys were fooled by that brat? Huang Shui's face was almost distorted. The assassins she had painstakingly trained for many years were killed, and she could not complain to anyone. The most depressing thing was that Zhongling, this idiot, helped Ling Xiao kill the Hummer Gang, but did not get any benefits at all. Instead, she lost many of her experts. At this moment, her eyes were almost spewing flames. Zhongling was so scared that she did not dare to speak. After a long time, when Huang Shui gradually calmed down, Zhongling said, "If the experts of the Qi clan did not arrive, I would definitely be able to get half of the treasure from Ling Xiao." Forget it. At least it proves that the Hummer Gang is related to the Qi clan. I don't know what the Qi clan is doing in secret. Father always thought that they were loyal and devoted, but now it seems that they are not. Huang Shui sighed softly. At this point, she knew that it was useless for her to be angry. Fortunately, it was not completely fruitless. In the end, the Qi clan was forced out. The leader of the Hummer Gang is not dead. Zhongling said, "I'm afraid he is already protected by the Qi clan. I believe that Ling Xiao could not have found all the treasures. We just need to catch the leader." In Zhongling's opinion, Ling Xiao and the others would definitely not be able to kill the leader. In addition, the Qi clan had helpers, so Ling Xiao could only escape. Moreover, she obviously did not know that Ling Xiao could steal other people's memories. She always felt that Ling Xiao could not have learned the location of the real treasure from the Hummer Gang. Unfortunately, all of this was just her wishful thinking. Send someone to secretly find the whereabouts of the leader of the Hummer Gang. Huang Shui felt that Zhongling's words were reasonable, so she ordered, "No need." At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Master." Huang Shui hurriedly bowed. "Master, what do you mean?" "This old man also has spies in the Qi clan. The leader is dead, and not even his bones are left." A man who looked to be in his 20s walked in, but called himself this old man. It seemed that he was an old monster who had changed his appearance. Anyway, his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 5146. The young old man looked at Huang Shui and said, "You still underestimated that Ling Xiao. I advise you not to play any tricks. This time, send your strongest subordinate under the 9th level of the divine physique echelon to deal with that Ling Xiao. If you don't kill him now, there will be trouble in the future. Working hard to update. Please refresh later." This chapter is working hard to update. Please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, can you register as a member first? Register as a member and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense, like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary. He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake's broken bridge, full of treachery. Fate linked by a thread. The truth was close at hand. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33XS/317/3/317/317/31753/ Content Trial Reading Chapter 001. Returning home in glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night mist curled up in spirals. An oil wall carriage approached from afar and sped on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. there was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Sue character on the lanterns flickered. 33. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road and could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck like an elegant swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Chintong's #1 dancer, Su Yao Yao. The girls in white and green were her maids, by Su and Qing Ting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, Old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him, causing them to stand up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a pa sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "I-oh!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yao Yao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as though it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shockwave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, Old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove under the carriage. However, Su Yao Yao Bai Su and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places in the distance were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as it quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oily wagon stood there, and the 2 horses snorted blankly, as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky, and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf fairy, a young man waved a small fan and walked over slowly. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly. "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as one was a man, they liked to wear flowers. The young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he wasn't smiling, there was a slight smile on his face. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. 33 people. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Nyo Air who could control people or a slick person who knew how to steer according to the wind. However, when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He was eloquent, alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a commoner at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a little urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankang city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial in his enforcement of the law and offended a big shot. It wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a strong background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, liked him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rat society in Jiankang City and was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. So how could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she didn't behave properly in the imperial examination. From the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had a few lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar called Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, one would rather marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scapegoat for that surnamed Mu and be criticized behind his back. Therefore, Yang Han used all his means and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to give in no matter what. However, he didn't know what was wrong with this Master Li's brain. He didn't understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to give in, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for him. They didn't expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yi. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls love pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this shop. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup was full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and got busy. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a load. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a load and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the shop. He put down the carrying pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. "Not really, not really. I'm just indebted to our Jiankang Prefecture's magistrate, Master Li, for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Io, that's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, you're now a steward in Master Li's estate. I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of, returning home in silken robes? Domain name, please remember _3. Southern Song Records forwarding address /33XS/317/317/3175553/. Chapter 5147. In the dead of the night, the entire Martial City fell into silence. Only the night watchmen passed by on the streets. Even so, for safety's sake, Ling Xiao still entered the shadow dancer form. He was going to assassinate the Martial City's city lord, Qi Tianmei. Once he was discovered, it would be very troublesome. After easily finding the city lord manor, Ling Xiao was preparing to look for Qi Tianmei's residence. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard. Ling Xiao scurried out without even thinking. Being discovered in someone else's territory was a very dangerous thing. Ling Xiao didn't return to the Dragon Cave, nor did he return to his residence. Instead, he came to a remote place in the city. That person also chased over. "Sir, you came to visit the City Lord Manor in the middle of the night. Are you leaving without a cup of tea?" The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face, but his strength was terrifyingly powerful. Although his cultivation was also peak 8th level divine physique echelon, his strength was more terrifying than Qi Heng's. "You're quite hospitable. I won't hide it from you. The reason I went to the City Lord Manor was to kill Qi Tianmei. But I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Ling Xiao noticed that no one was following him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Haha, you're quite confident. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Dragon scale art. The middle-aged man smiled. Suddenly, he urged his divine essence, and dragon scales grew all over his body. Although these dragon scales might not be comparable to a real divine dragon, it was of great help to his defense. Your Qi Tianmei's husband, dragon-scaled guest, known as the strongest defense under the 9th level divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao heard people talking about this dragon-scaled guest before, but he had never seen him before. Seeing him today, he indeed lived up to his reputation. This dragon-scale art's defense was extraordinary. Even the god-reversing art couldn't pierce through it. Oh, you actually know me. Who exactly are you? Dragon-scaled guest frowned. He really didn't expect that someone would be so daring to sneak into the City Lord Manor to assassinate City Lord Qi Tianmei. This kind of thing had never happened before. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you'll die. Qi Tianmei's rotten ideas were all thanks to you, right? Then I'll let you pay for the pain she caused me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course, he wouldn't easily reveal his identity. If he couldn't kill this dragon-scaled guest, then he would be exposed. Therefore, even if he wanted to reveal his identity, he would have to wait until the other party was dead. You sure are confident. The dragon-scaled guest sneered and suddenly launched an attack. A huge python appeared behind him. The python's body was covered in scales that were very similar to the scales on his body. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and his body shot out like a cannonball. It carried an incomparably terrifying impact force. They charged towards Ling Xiao. It was as if a ferocious dragon had opened its bloody mouth. The dragon-scale python had two scariest aspects. One was its defense, and the other was its venom. In the face of the dragon-scaled guest's all-out attack, even a 9th level divine physique echelon martial artist would have to avoid it and not dare to face it head-on. However, Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there as if he didn't take the dragon-scaled guest seriously at all. He didn't even take half a step back. He just raised his right hand and released the power of the divine dragon bloodline. A golden divine dragon gradually condensed and took shape. Golden light flickered, and the divine dragon let out a low roar. Although it wasn't big, it was filled with terrifying pressure. Ling Xiao didn't move from beginning to end. He just looked at the dragon-scaled guest quietly. The golden divine dragon was churning in his palm, but he concealed it. He could only use this move once every 10 minutes. Once it failed, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to wait until the enemy was closer to him to ensure that he wouldn't miss before making the move. Finally, the dragon-scaled guest's attack was about to land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his right hand, and the golden divine dragon shot out. It directly hit the dragon-scaled guest's head. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. 9 Dragons Divine art actually turned the dragon-scaled guest into a bloody mist. It scattered all over the sky. Not even a corpse was left behind. This scene made Ling Xiao a little dazed as he watched. Wasn't this power a little too strong? Without using any Dharma treasure. Just the power of one dragon annihilated the dragon-scaled guest with the strongest defense below the 9th level divine body realm. And there wasn't even a corpse left. Ling Xiao's body swayed, and he directly knelt on one knee on the ground. He hurriedly swallowed a pill to replenish his strength. Although his divine essence could be replenished with potential, his physical body couldn't do this. This move's consumption was really too terrifying. Of course, he didn't release its power. After recovering a little, Ling Xiao picked up the dragon-scaled guest storage ring on the ground and left. He couldn't stay here for long. If he was discovered, he might not be able to keep his life. Returning to the dragon cave, Ling Xiao checked the dragon-scaled guest storage ring. This guy was indeed Qi Tianmei's husband. Just the supreme-grade spirit stones in the storage ring alone had 100,000. Moreover, there was actually a complete set of soul sword technique. The incomplete soul sword technique was a third-level Saint class soul secret technique, while the complete soul sword technique could reach 6th level Saint class. It was a pity that there were still no clues about the second half of the 9 Dragons divine art. But the dragon-scaled guest was dead, so Ling Xiao didn't dare to rush around recklessly anymore. Hence, he stayed in the dragon cave and cultivated the soul sword technique. Anyway, his soul rank had already reached the divine soul realm, and he could completely master a 3rd-level Saint class soul secret technique. He could also cultivate a 6th-level Saint class soul secret technique. It was just that he couldn't completely master it. But even so, the power of the soul sword technique would also increase greatly. This was beyond doubt. In cultivation, time was the easiest to consume. When he was bitterly cultivating the soul sword technique, Qi Tianmei already discovered the disappearance of the dragon-scaled guest. She started to order the entire city to search for the whereabouts of the dragon-scaled guest. It even alarmed the 9th squad. Unfortunately, that dragon-scaled guest, who didn't even have a corpse left, how could they possibly find him? No matter what, it was useless. Moreover, even that complete soul sword technique manual also disappeared. This made Qi Tianmei's heart even heavier. The city defense army has already searched the entire martial city with the help of the city governor's mansion soldiers, but they didn't find any trace of Uncle. It's as if he disappeared into thin air. I'm afraid he's most likely dead. In the city governor's mansion, Qi Heng said with a grim expression. Qi Tianmei's eyes released a ruthless killing intent. After a long silence, she said, "The soldiers guarding the city that day can prove that the dragon-scaled guest didn't leave the city. Now that a search of this scale can't find him, there's only one possibility. That is, he's already dead, and there's no corpse left. Who's so daring to actually kill someone in Marshall City?" Qi Heng said in surprise. "I'm not sure. Your uncle was a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. He was also known to have invincible defense under the 9th level divine body realm. Even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he should be able to escape. The enemy was really terrifying. I can't think of who did it for now, but this person took away the soul sword technique manual. It'll be exposed sooner or later," Qi Tianmei said while gritting her teeth. Chapter 5148. Qi Tianmei coldly snorted and said, "If I find out who killed Dragon-Scaled Guest, I'll make him beg for death. Oh right, how's that Ling Xiao doing recently?" "He hasn't done much these 2 days. He's been cultivating in the Dragon Cave. I guess he's still trying to fight for the position of commander," Qi Heng replied. "Then you should go and cultivate as well. Don't underestimate any enemy. The position of commander of the Marshall City's City Defense Army is very popular. Many people want it." Qi Tianmei suppressed her anger and said, to her, Dragon-Scaled Guest wasn't just her husband. He was also her think tank. Many of her ideas were given to her by Dragon-Scaled Guest. Dragon-Scaled Guest's death was a double blow to her. It was a mental blow and a physical blow. "Auntie, I remember that Han Yuan has a sister called Han Li. The two of them depend on each other." Before they left, Qi Heng suddenly said, "Han Yuan, is that the guy who doesn't know what's good for him?" Qi Tianmei was currently in a fit of anger. Qi Heng told her this because he wanted her to vent her anger. "All right, send a captain and a few men to capture that Han Li. I'd like to see what Ling Xiao will do. We have to give him some trouble. We can't let him be so smug all the time. Understood. It was another afternoon. There were only 3 days left until the selection of the Marshall City's City Defense Army commander. Han Li made some delicious pickles and was going to send them to the Dragon Cave. The pickles were made with special ingredients. Not only did they taste good, but they also had high nutritional value. It was extremely helpful for people who cultivated continuously to replenish their stamina. Han Li was going to reward her brother, Han Yuan, and Corporal Ling Xiao, who helped her brother improve his cultivation. The girl was also a martial artist. Moreover, her talent was stronger than Han Yuan's. However, the two of them depended on each other. One of them had to focus on martial arts while the other took care of the family. Han Li chose to sacrifice her martial arts path. However, ever since her brother, Han Yuan, became the vice captain, she started to practice martial arts again. She was now a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level divine physique realm. Unfortunately, she wasn't qualified to join the City Defense Army. "Little girl, where are you going?" Suddenly, 7 or 8 sturdy martial artists dashed out of the empty alley. One of them was even a captain in the middle stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Han Li tried her best to calm herself down, but her heart was still thumping wildly. It felt like it was going to jump out of his body. "What do you want?" she asked in horror. The captain sneered. "Don't worry, the city lord has invited you over for tea. Your brother, Han Wen, will be there too." "You're lying. My brother told me not to trust anyone other than the 9th Squad." Han Li shook her head. "Since that's the case, there's no need to waste words with you. Your brother, Han Yuan, has offended the city lord. He had Ling Xiao to protect him. Ling Xiao is someone with a backer, so we don't dare to provoke him. As for you, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." As the captain spoke, he waved his hand, and a few others blocked off Han Li's escape route. Han Li shrank into a corner, praying in her heart that someone would come and save her. In a trance, she actually saw her brother, Han Yuan. She subconsciously became happy. However, on second thought, her expression changed drastically. "Brother, don't come over." She realized that her brother was no match for the captain. After all, her brother was only a vice captain. The positions in the City Defense Army were usually divided according to strength. Han Yuan wasn't even a match for a captain. With the addition of the other 6 experts, Han Yuan didn't believe it at all. However, Han Yuan didn't run away. Instead, he came in front of her at an even faster speed. "The captain was worried that you guys would lay your hands on Han Li. I didn't expect it to be true. A bunch of dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong." Han Yuan was furious. If he hadn't come in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Han Yuan, you've walked right into the trap. Without that Ling Xiao, you're nothing. Attack." The captain sneered and waved his hand. 6 late-stage, 7th level divine physique echelon martial artists pounced on Han Yuan at the same time. They wanted to take Han Yuan down. A few days ago, Han Yuan was only at this cultivation level. Therefore, the captain didn't think there would be any problems. It was absolutely foolproof. Han Yuan stood there and protected his sister, Han Li, behind him. He looked at the 6 people coldly, without any change in his expression. If it was in the past, he would have been in complete despair or could only wait for someone to save him. However, it was different now. Ling Xiao had given him too many benefits, allowing his strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. He didn't care about mere 7th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Seeing that the 6 people were getting closer and closer, they were like eagles grabbing their prey. Han Li screamed in fright. However, at that moment, Han Yuan suddenly attacked with his sword. 6 people with one strike. A wound appeared on each of their throats. Although it wasn't deep, it was fatal. To Han Yuan, his sister was his angel. She was the person he cherished the most in this world. He would kill anyone who dared to hurt his sister. The 6 martial artists died in an instant. Even they didn't understand what was going on, let alone the captains who were watching from afar. He looked at the scene with his mouth agape. Strange. It was too strange. Han Yuan, whom he looked down on, actually became so strong in such a short period of time. Do you still want to continue? Han Yuan stared at the captain and asked coldly, Brat, do you really think you can be arrogant in front of me after killing a piece of trash? You're just a vice captain. I'm a captain. Go to hell. The captain recovered from his shock and charged forward. Han Yuan was a little nervous. Although his cultivation level had increased a lot, he hadn't actually engaged in a real battle. Killing 6 people with one strike was just his first attempt. However, it wasn't difficult because his opponent's cultivation levels were much lower than his. However, the captain's cultivation level wasn't much lower than his. He was at the mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon. His opponent was also at the mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon. You can do it, Han Yuan. Captain Ling Xiao even gave you some pointers on sword techniques before. Han Yuan took a deep breath and recalled Ling Xiao's pointers. It was a first-level Saint-class sword technique. Although it was simple, it was very powerful. It was very suitable for people like him. He liked simple and practical sword techniques. In the next moment, he suddenly attacked and turned into a sword gleam. Impossible. There was shock in the captain's eyes. A drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. Let's go. Han Yuan didn't even have time to check after killing the captain. He quickly grabbed Han Li's hand and rushed toward the dragon cave. He figured that his home wouldn't be safe in the future. He planned to stay in the 9th troop for now. The 9th troop was the safest place for him now. Chapter 5149. There was a table in front of the dragon cave. On it were the pickles that Han Li brought along, as well as some other dishes. Everyone chatted as they ate. Han Yuan recounted what had happened just now. He was really excited and scared at the same time. Don't worry. When I become the commander of the City Defense Army, Marshall City will soon be under my control. When that time comes, you guys won't have to worry anymore. Ling Xiao drank a cup of wine and said, Han Yuan did well. If you absorb all the medicinal effects, you'll probably be able to reach the late stage of the 8th level divine body realm. In terms of cultivation alone, you'll be able to catch up to Qi Heng. Corporal, there's internal news that Qi Heng has reached the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Chen Qi suddenly said. The 9th level divine body realm was very clear. The 9th team's achievements were obvious to all. Ling Zhao's strength was also obvious to all. Naturally, there were also people who wanted to join them. These people became the eyes of the 9th level divine body realm. A hint of a smile flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. This was fun. If Qi Heng was too weak, it would be boring. This Qi Heng had been finding trouble for him since the day he became a corporal. He used all kinds of tricks. Today, he even set his sights on Han Yuan's sister, Han Li. He was really shameless. This kind of behavior had already exceeded Ling Zhao's bottom line. If they met in the arena, Ling Xiao would definitely kill this guy if he had the chance. You guys want to kill me in the arena, but you don't know that I want to kill you guys too. Let's see who's more capable. After the meal, everyone continued to cultivate. Long Chen Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. They absorbed all the medicinal effects. What they had to do next was to cultivate saint-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Ling Xiao chose second-level saint-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques for them. They could at least be used until the half-step divine soul realm. Cultivation coupled with powerful combat skills formed a complete combat strength. Ling Xiao also specially allowed Han Li to join the 9th-level divine body realm and cultivate with everyone. He also used the purple gold spirit gathering pill. This child was much more talented than Han Yuan, and his future achievements would definitely be greater than Han Yuan's. Ling Xiao continued to cultivate the soul sword art and the 9 dragons divine art. The afternoon before the commander selection, Huang Yu had arrived. During this period of time, Huang Yu did not come over. Today, she was clearly giving Ling Xiao pre-battle encouragement. It's only been a few days since we last met, yet you've become much stronger. If I don't work hard, I'm afraid I'll be surpassed by you. When Huang Yu saw Ling Xiao, his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Not only had Ling Xiao's cultivation improved, but more importantly, he had become more confident. This meant that the body itself was powerful. Her Highness isn't bad either. She's already at the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, right? From today onwards, you can be considered a half-step divine soul realm expert. It was said that divine soul realm experts could fuse their soul force into their spirit essence to increase the attack power or speed of their spirit essence. A half-step divine soul realm martial artist should also be able to do this, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Don't praise me. I've only just stepped into the half-step divine soul realm. It's simply impossible. The situation you're talking about is when you reach the peak of the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, where your spirit essence and divine soul are connected. We call this stage the soul consolidation realm. Only after stepping into this stage can you be considered to have stepped onto the direct train to the divine soul realm. Huang Yu shook his head and said, "But what you said does make some sense. After reaching the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, one soul force can passively increase the attack power during battle. However, a martial artist can't control it, and the increase won't be much. There's even a soul consolidation realm expert." Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This should be similar to the Shattered Core realm. The Shattered Core realm was the key to breaking through from the divine core realm to the divine physique echelon. The soul consolidation realm was the key to breaking through from the divine physique echelon to the divine soul realm. If he could cultivate to the soul consolidation realm, or even the divine soul realm, his powerful soul force would be even more useful. Right now, his soul force could only be used to perform soul secret arts or to investigate his enemies. But once he reached the soul consolidation realm, he could directly use his soul force to attack. At that time, he could become even more powerful. You'll know in the future. I heard that you annihilated the Hummer Gang. Why didn't you go and claim the reward? I believe that the contribution points are all recorded in your identity token. Huang Yu asked curiously. With my current relationship with Qi Tianmei, isn't it obvious that I'm looking for trouble if I go and claim the reward? I might as well wait until I become a commander and find a way to reward myself. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you confident? Huang Yu asked. I can only say that I'll do my best. Before the battle ends, it's not reliable to say that I'll definitely win. Ling Xiao replied. Yeah, just do your best. I heard that it's not just Qi Hum. This time, my sister also found an expert. He's said to be the #1 person under the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. You must be careful. Huang Yu reminded. Understood. Ling Xiao smiled. He could also predict this. Huang Shui wasn't a fool. She should have realized it already. He had to get rid of him during the selection of commanders. However, Would it be so easy to eliminate him? His cultivation had increased, and he had the heaven-covering blood palm, soul sword technique, and 9 dragons divine art. Why would he be afraid? Oh, right, Your Highness. Have you heard of the 9 dragons divine art? Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn to any doctor in his desperation. After all, his influence in this golden martial nation was weak. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to find the 9 dragons divine art. He wanted to get it as soon as possible, so he could only ask Huang Yu for help. Never heard of it, but I'll help you ask around. Don't let your imagination run wild now. Focus on the commander selection. Huang Yu stood up and said, I'll be there to watch the battle tomorrow. I'll take my leave first. Watching Huang Yu leave, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Qi Heng, Huang Shui, Qi Tianmei, Qi Yu, let's settle our scores tomorrow. The second day came quickly. All the martial artists of the 9th Troop came out of the Dragon Cave because they had to be there to cheer for their platoon leader. On this day, other than Han Li, everyone else had finished absorbing the medicinal effects. Han Yuan's cultivation had stabilized at the late-stage 8th level divine body realm. Chun Chi's cultivation had reached the mid-stage 8th level divine body realm. The other 10 martial artists had collectively reached the early-stage 8th level divine body realm. Unfortunately, these 10 people had limited potential. After this time, their potential was basically squeezed dry. Unless they found some heaven and earth treasure to help with their cultivation. Otherwise, their cultivation would probably be stuck at this level for the time being. However, this cultivation could totally let them live a good life in the 12 cities in the outer circle. As long as they didn't step into the middle circle, their lives would still be good. Han Yuan and Qin Chi still had potential, but they were not as good as Han Li. Han Li had only cultivated for a day and a night in the Dragon Cave, and her cultivation had already skyrocketed to the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. It was like flying. This was the benefit of having a strong potential. In time, she would definitely be stronger than her brother, Han Yuan. She would also become a fierce general under Ling Xiao. However, today they could only watch the show and cheer from below. Chapter 5150. On this day, Martial City was bustling with noise and excitement. However, there was an undercurrent in the bustle. The forces of the 12 cities in the outer circle were eyeing the position of the city defense army commander. Even the big shots from the 12 cities in the inner circle were paying close attention to the performance of the martial artists they sent. Although they didn't show up personally, they sent representatives. This made the city defense army commander selection in Martial City particularly lively. The competition was also particularly intense. Those who were as clear-minded as a mirror understood. This wasn't a simple selection of commanders. It was related to the relationship between the royal family and the other families. The Qi family was at the peak of their power. If they really rebelled, the royal family would suffer heavy losses even if they suppressed them. Now, both families were unwilling to fall out with each other. Therefore, they could only fight on this matter. There were also some rising families that hoped to stand out in this competition. For example, the Yang family. The Yang family had a peerless genius, Yang Qi, which caused the entire family's status to rise. This time, they naturally sent martial artists to compete. Therefore, although Ling Xiao seemed to be fighting for himself, he actually had the royal family's support behind him. Except for Huang Shui, the princess who always wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The others still hoped to see him win, because if he won, it would mean that the royal family won. This could greatly increase the royal family's morale and make those rascals give up their rebellious thoughts. Let's go. For the commander selection this time, Fang Hu, Han Yuan, Chun Chi, the 3 of you should come along. Help me eliminate as many people as possible. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he would be exhausted eventually. Therefore, it was necessary to have helpers. Understood. The three of them nodded. Then, everyone headed toward the large drill ground. The previous corporal selection was held in the large drill ground. This time, it was the same for the commander selection. However, in terms of influence and scale, this time it was much larger. On the large drill ground, the 10 arenas had been renovated. They could withstand more powerful attacks. At this moment, the large drill ground was packed with people. Other than the martial artists from Martial City, the martial artists from the other cities in the outer circle were also there to watch the fun. The chaotic atmosphere only served to accentuate the importance of today's selection. When Ling Xiao led the martial artists of the 9th Platoon to the large drill ground, it quickly attracted the attention of the crowd and the sounds of discussion. There were both positive and negative comments. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. The discussions before the selection were too subjective and arbitrary. The comments after the match were more realistic. Ling Xiao looked up at the stage. The city governor of Martial City and a few deputy commanders were sitting there. However, there was an empty seat. That was the position of Martial City's commander, who was absolutely qualified to sit on the same level as the Martial City's city lord. This position had been vacant for a long time. It was rumored that the previous commander had been killed. Ling Xiao guessed that it was most likely Qi Tianmei's doing. She wanted to pave the way for Qi Heng, but she didn't expect Huang Shui to interfere and organize a commander selection assembly. He guessed that Qi Tianmei must be very angry. Unfortunately, he couldn't get angry yet. Qi family was very powerful now, but compared to the royal family, they were still lacking. Hence, if they started a rebellion without sufficient preparation, even if they could inflict heavy damage to the royal family, their Qi family would still be annihilated. That would only benefit other families. They wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Princess Huang Shui and Princess Huang Yu have arrived. Along with the loud and clear voice, Huang Shui and Huang Yu appeared at the same time. Today, the two of them were quite ostentatious. It also showed how much importance the royal family placed on this selection. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Her eyes revealed a trace of coldness. She had played both overt and underhanded, but she still couldn't win against Ling Xiao. This made Huang Shui very angry. "Sister, you must be hoping that Ling Xiao wins today, right?" Huang Yu suddenly said with a smile. "Don't be complacent. Ling Xiao won't have a good time in today's selection." Huang Shui glanced at Huang Yu and snorted coldly. "Then we will wait and see." Huang Yu smiled. He believed that today's selection would be fair, because there were not only people from Qi family among the judges, but also people from the royal family. Qi Tianmei wouldn't mess around. "Your Highness, can we start now?" Qi Tianmei stood up and bowed to the two princesses. Then she asked. The two of them nodded at the same time. Immediately, the drums and music on the military field sounded. It was an extremely lively scene. The music stopped. Qi Tianmei said loudly, "Martial City's commander selection battle begins now." Along with her voice, the entire field became quiet. Selection battle atmosphere, Team A and Team B. The top 5 will be decided. After that, the top 5 from Team A and Team B will fight. Defeat the 5 from the other team, and you will be declared the winner. The 5 people who win will become the deputy commander of the city defense army. If you are not satisfied, you can use cultivation resources to replace the reward. In the end, the champion among the 5 people will be the commander candidate. The teams were randomly assigned. However, no one knew whether it was intentional or not. Anyway, the 4 contestants of the 9th team were all in Team A, the martial artists sent by the City Lord Mansion, and Huang Shui were in Team B. The rest of the contestants were evenly split between the two teams. This made the people in Team A dissatisfied because Qi Heng, Huang Taewun, and Yang Xiu, the three most likely to become the commander, were in Team B. They thought that Team A would lose for sure. If Team A lost, they wouldn't have the qualifications to become the commander or deputy commander. That would be too unlucky. However, Ling Xiao was very happy. He was very clear about the strength of the three people under him. Putting aside Han Yuan and Qin Qi, Yu Fanghua wasn't weaker than him. As for the rest of Team A, none of them were a match for the four of them. This was obviously intentional. The following battle also proved Ling Xiao's guess. In the end, the 5 people in Team A remained. Just the 9th team took up 4 people. The other person was only a mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist. Obviously, the so-called balanced distribution was just a cover. If the 4 people in the 9th team were removed, Team A's overall strength was much weaker than Team B. Those left in Team B were all tough. All 5 of them had reached the peak of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Qi Heng, Huang Taewun, Yang Xiu, Huang Ling, and Gu Qiu. They were extremely powerful. Haha, Team A is going to lose for sure. Huang Shui laughed. Huang Yu also frowned. In her opinion, Ling Xiao probably had to go all out to defeat Qi Heng. None of the remaining 4 people were easy to deal with. It was really possible that Team A was going to lose for sure, like what Huang Shui said. Both teams, please come on stage. The center of the largest arena was where the battle was going to take place. There were also seats on the 4 sides for the contestants. Therefore, before the battle, both teams could go on stage and greet each other. Well, it was originally a greeting, but when both teams went on stage, the greeting changed. Ling Xiao, do you still remember what happened in the Dragon Cave? I, Qi Heng, am a very vengeful person. Don't even think about the commander's position. Just take care of your own life. Qi Heng said sinisterly. Chapter 51:51. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly when he heard that. Thank you for your reminder, Deputy Commander Qi Heng. However, I can defeat you in the Dragon Cave. I can still defeat you today. Moreover, you will lose even more miserably, loser. Qi Heng's mouth twitched. Losing to Ling Xiao in the Dragon Cave was probably the most humiliating thing for him in recent years. Not only did he lose his position as the chief deputy commander because of that, more importantly, his status in the hearts of the martial artists in the city defense army plummeted. After all, it was because of his bet with Ling Xiao that those people lost the opportunity to cultivate in the Dragon Cave. You're Ling Xiao? You're really arrogant. I heard that you don't even care about the imperial family. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The one who suddenly spoke was Huang Taewun. As a declining noble of the imperial family, he had never forgotten his bloodline. He wanted to use this opportunity to let his family step into the golden domain again, and Ling Xiao was his best stepping stone. You want to use me as a stepping stone to complete the revival of your family? Don't be too naive. Before the results are out, anything you say is meaningless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Huang Yu had already told him about Huang Taewun's identity. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they dared to block his path, he would kick them away. Moreover, there was still some enmity between him and Huang Taifeng. Last time in the giant dragon city, Huang Taifeng suddenly attacked him, although it didn't cause too much damage. Since then, there had been a grudge between the two of them. You're just a lowly commoner. You really think you're something. Yang Xiu sneered. Yang Xiu smiled coldly and said, Look at you few repulsive melons and dates. Better surrender early, otherwise you'll regret it later. Yang Qi has the right to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? You're much older than Yang Qi, but your cultivation is thousands of miles away. You want to talk about your background and status? In the arena, your family background is useless. Ling Xiao mocked, or rather, the higher your status, the more humiliating it will be if you lose. You'll become a burden instead. What a sharp tongue. You'd better not go against me, or I'll definitely destroy you. Yang Xiu said fiercely. Then you have to be careful. I don't like killing people, but if someone wants to kill me, I don't mind being ruthless. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. Facing such a powerful opponent made him extremely excited. Only such a battle would be interesting. If the enemy was too weak, it would be too boring. The battle had yet to begin, but Team A and Team B were already at daggers drawn, sparks flying everywhere. This was equivalent to the 9th squad fighting against the rest of the Alliance army. It really made people look forward to it. That Huang Ling and Gu Qiu are also outstanding figures chosen by the other 12 cities. His strength was probably not inferior to Yang Xiu's. Even Qi Yu isn't qualified to enter the list of 5. Han Yuan said to Ling Xiao, Han Yuan, Qin Qi, the two of you remember, don't force yourself if you can't win. Just choose to surrender. Fang Hua, and I will deal with it. Ling Xiao couldn't be too harsh on Han Yuan and Qin Qi. After all, the two of them had improved in a short period of time. Even so, their cultivation wasn't as good as the other party. This time, the competition had a specific task, which was to weaken the opponent. It wasn't to defeat the opponent, but also to gain experience. Yes, Corporal. The two of them nodded and said, All right, both sides can start the challenge. If you win, you can continue to fight. If you lose, you'll be eliminated. It doesn't matter which side challenges. Qi Tianmei said coldly. At this moment, she almost laughed out loud. This situation was really too advantageous for Team B. Whether they could kill Ling Xiao or not, Ling Xiao would definitely not get the position of Marshall City's City Defense Army commander. Instead, she was somewhat worried about Huang Taewun. This guy might be Qi Heng's strongest competitor. Corporal, I'll throw a brick to attract the jade. Qin Qi stood up and said he knew that he couldn't win against either of them, but he could use the battle to let Ling Xiao observe the other party's performance. All right, remember what I said just now? Don't be reckless. Ling Xiao reminded him. Got it. Qin Qi walked to the middle of the arena and said to Team B, Team A, Qin Qi challenges. A piece of trash. I'll deal with it. Gu Qiu stood up and instantly went to the center of the arena. Gu Qiu and Huang Ling didn't seem to be here for the position of City Defense Army Commander. It seemed more like they were paid to do it for others. They actually volunteered to deal with Qin Qi. Qin Qi cupped his hands at Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu looked disdainful and didn't even look at him. At this moment, the referee finally announced the start of the battle. The two of them attacked almost at the same time. Qin Qi didn't hold back and went all out. At the same time, he released his martial soul and used 100% of his strength. He knew that he had no hope of winning, so he didn't plan to consider the next battle. Gu Qiu was different. Gu Qiu didn't release his martial soul and only used 50% of his strength. Obviously, he looked down on Qin Qi. He also planned to save his strength to deal with the next battle. He was a peak 8th level divine body realm expert. Wouldn't it be a joke if he went all out against a peak 6th level divine body realm martial artist? This person didn't know Qin Qi's current true cultivation level. Ling Xiao had recently studied another Saint Rune called the Qi Restraining Saint Rune. This Saint Rune had no other uses. It could only allow the martial artist to restrain his aura so that the opponent couldn't see his strength, as long as he didn't expose his strength. Even a divine soul, realm martial artist couldn't see through it. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them exchanged blows several times in an instant. The two figures separated and merged, causing the surrounding air to explode. Under countless shocked gazes, Chun-Chi, who was thought to be a piece of trash, became a strong dark horse. Originally, many people thought that he could enter the top 5 in Team A because most of the martial artists in Team A were trash. It wasn't that Chun-Chi was strong. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Chun-Chi must be very powerful to be able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Gu Qiu. Although Gu Qiu didn't release his martial soul and only used 50% of his strength, it was impossible to suppress him without a cultivation level of the 8th level divine body realm. What happened to this guy? 5 days ago, he was only a low-level soldier at the peak 6th level divine body realm. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? The people who were the most shocked were Qi Heng, Qi Yu, and the rest of the Martial City's city defense force. This was because they were familiar with Chun-Chi. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Chun-Chi didn't just cultivate during this period of time. He also fought with Long Chen nonstop. With a strong opponent like Long Chen, facing Gu Qiu was really nothing. If Gu Qiu continued to underestimate his opponent, he might really be defeated by Chun-Chi. Boom. At a certain moment, the two of them separated. Chun-Chi took 2 steps back, but Gu Qiu kept retreating and almost went out of the center circle. Not only that, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by Chun-Chi.